Hi, Andy. Hello, Andy.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well. You're looking very fine.
Same with you. Looking smart.
Oh, so yeah, I'm looking forward to today. So it's you're going to take us through the technical session.
No, but you're the main show behind the show.
Oh, it should be good.
We'll wait for 5 minutes to start as people are still joining in. So we'll just give it 5 minutes, please. Request for a 5-minute delay. Thank you.
That one, sir.
Good afternoon, Gerald.
We'll start in just 2 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of the Aqua Show 2021 Virtual Knowledge Conclave. Aquaculture is the fastest growing sector in India. The country has the third largest share in the global aquaculture market, with only 15% of the potential water resources utilized. There is a huge potential for growth of the sector in the country. It is widely regarded that species diversification in aquaculture is vital for the long-term growth of the sector. China has more than 40 species that are cultured. Indonesia cultures approximately 25 species, but in India, we culture only about 16 species. Rapid changes in consumer behavior highlight the need for continuous development and flexibility. Keeping the basics right is the core to successful aquaculture. The keynote session today will stress on the basics: system diversification, fish nutrition, fish seed, and healthcare management. Digitalization, as in all spheres, is transforming industry, and aquaculture is no exception. In the roundtable today, we explore how Industry 4.0 is driving the road to progress. I now have the privilege of handing the floor to Dr. Andy Shin, advisory panel member, to take the proceedings further. Over to you, Dr. Andy.
Thank you very much, Sanjoy. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, and a warm welcome to this, the second day of the Aqua Show 2021, and to the keynote session and to the roundtable discussion that will ensue this afternoon. As Sanjoy just said, this is the third Aqua Show, and the first was 2 years ago in the vibrant city of Kolkata. The organizing committee had recognized the need for an aquaculture-focused meeting, creating a platform where all stakeholders from across the various aquaculture industries could come together to meet and to exchange information regarding the very latest farm practices, innovations, and technologies. The first meeting was a monumental success, with over 800 farmers and industry players coming to the two-day event, to the trade show, and to the Knowledge Conclave, which also included a farmer outreach event and also sessions with keynote speeches drawn from across academia and industry. Amid COVID and travel restrictions, the second Aqua Show went online and again was an enormous success, with large numbers joining the online workshop to listen and discuss key issues in the industry. And as we've just heard from Sanjoy, there is a huge potential for growth in India. And I think these are some of the things that we're going to explore in some of the talks this afternoon. So in designing a program for today, for this third Aqua Show, the organizing committee saw that keeping the basics right is the key to successful aquaculture. And as you heard from Sanjoy, he said, today we are going to return back to basics, and we are going to look at the system diversification, the fish nutrition, fish seed, and the healthcare management. So what I'd like to quickly do now is just let you know in what's in store for this afternoon. So in a few minutes, we're going to hear from two of our distinguished guests of honors. I'll be calling Mr. Amit Jain, the Senior Vice President of Aquaculture from Animal Feeds, and from Dr. Day, the CEO of Optima Life Sciences. This will then be followed by an exciting Aqua Asia announcement, so please make sure you stay tuned for that. Then my very good friend and respected senior, Dr. Basavaraju, the former Dean of the College of Fisheries in Mangalore, will lead us through the keynote speeches. And for these, we have some exciting talks in line. So we have Professor Jesse Chappell from Auburn University, who together with Mr. Umakanth, the technical representative of the aquaculture across the Asia subcontinent for USEC, will talk about system diversification. Then we will hear from Dr. Murthy, the Vice President of SIFA, the Society for Indian Fisheries and Aquaculture, who will discuss policy initiatives for aquaculture development. Then Dr. Basavaraju will then take us through some of the key considerations in broodstock management. I will then make some comments about diseases in freshwater aquaculture, and then I'll pass over to Dr. Mathieu Rahman from BAU, from Bangladesh Agricultural University in Mymensingh, who will discuss management in hatcheries and the importance of seed quality. Then taking us into the second part of today's program, procedural matters will then be passed over to Dr. Yogra Yadava, the director of the Bay of Bengal program, who will lead us through the roundtable discussion, who will look at how digitalization is transforming industry and aquaculture and how this is really driving progress. Again, I'm delighted to say that we have some wonderful panelists for this. We have Debaraj Des from Baramati Agro. We have Aryo Wiryawan, the CEO of Indamira Technology in Indonesia. We then have Simon Mason, the head of equity strategy for SIX in the UK. We have Deepanar Halder, the founder and director of Yalongi.com. And then we have Ravi Kumar Yelanki, the MD of Vaisakhi Bioresources Limited and Vaisakhi Biomarine. So good afternoon, gentlemen. We look forward very much to this roundtable discussion with you this afternoon. We will then enter a short Q&A session before moving to the closing ceremony. And as we have quite a packed program, may I ask that you try and keep the chat box free for questions to our speakers and our panelists so that they can put in their answers to you. With that, I would like to say that we extend a warm welcome to you all. We are delighted that you're here with us today in this third Aqua Show 2021. And with that, I would now like to call upon our first guest of honor, Mr. Amit Jain, the Senior Vice President of Aquaculture for Animal Feeds PVT Limited. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon all. My name is Amit Jain. I represent Anmol Feeds Private Limited. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to learn and share. So let's move towards today's topic. So diversification. So diversification means substantial change, responding to change. In our industry, need of diversification is to achieve sustainable aquaculture. And when we undertake diversification, we also need to ensure high growth rate, better margins. As an organization, we are in constant effort to educate our farmer to understand the value of production of multiple species, which not only help them in higher profit margin, but also optimizing their resource around the year. To help them in their resource optimization, we also try to help them by providing them effective logistics. Beyond that, we are constantly trying to help our farmer technologically, wherein we are trying to improvise their production techniques and quality of product, which is directly or indirectly helping them increasing their productivity as well as reducing their process losses. Our entire idea of doing such practices is not just being a feed supplier for farmer, but also to help them in overall resource optimization, whether it is infrastructure or the working capital. And eventually they can get the better ROI. So our entire practice, our entire thought process behind doing is a better ROI of farmer, which we have been constantly doing. Which we have been constantly putting effort with the existing ideas as well as the new ideas. We understand farmer need hand holding. Looking at their the geographically and the in terms of social and economical background. So we truly understand, we truly believe that we have to handhold our farmer, and hence to support our farmer, we have a dedicated team called Norwich Technical Service, wherein they have been regularly trying to meet farmer to help them, to teach them with the new species, about the production, about the overall pond management, then thereafter selling the crop. Uh, So our team, as I mentioned, our team is constantly reaching out to farmer on regular basis, as well as we have also kept a helpline number for our farmers, wherein they can reach out us any given point of time. We understand that, as I mentioned about the species, that so we understand that different species need different type of food and care, right? Because just telling the farmer, you can do that or you can do that, would not help. We also have to work upon some background about the after the work of related the education. So we understand that different species need different type of food and care, and hence we have been constantly putting our effort to develop different type of feed for different species. Along with, we also have seen that the few farmers have been facing some health challenges with the different species. Hence, we have also been working towards aqua health category, which will be a step further to to support our farmer in fulfilling or in facing such challenges in effectively. We have been trying to diverse the market wherein farmer can get a broader platform to sell their species. To make this happen, we have been discussing with various online as well as some D2C platform, so that we can work as a the bridge between the requirement of those channels as well as the bigger exposure for our farmer. And this is something what the practices which I have mentioned, we have been doing regularly, and we genuinely believe it's a never-ending process. We have to learn new things daily. We have to adopt new things daily, and again we have to give back to our farmer on the regular basis. And hence we are constantly approaching, meeting, understanding the dynamic need process of farmer, and trying to set up a robust process which can elevate livelihood of farmer and their families directly and indirectly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jain, for your kind words of wisdom there. Our second guest of honor today, Mr. Gulraz Alam, the director of the IB Group, unfortunately gives his apologies. He was due to give a talk today, but he's been called away unexpectedly into a ministry meeting. And so with that, it gives me great pleasure to now move on to our third guest of honor, Mr. Dipyendu Day, the CEO of Optima Life Sciences. Sir, if I can pass things over to you, please. Thank you.
Good morning, aquapreneurs, the aqua entrepreneurs. Friends, I would like to thank Indian Poultry Review for giving me this opportunity to speak a little bit about Indian aqua industry overview. I'll speak from my organization, that is Optima, as well as from Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies, that is INFA. Aquaculture is considered as a sunrise sector in Indian agroeconomy, and it has witnessed a spectacular growth during the last few decades. The aquaculture sector has potential to contribute many of the sustainable development goals covering the poverty, hunger and food security, protection, restorations, management of inland water resources and ecosystem, biodiversity, economic growth, employment generations, consumption and production, climate change for a sustainable development. The major highlights of our aqua industry is globally, India ranks third largest in fisheries and second largest in aquaculture. Based on financial year 18 data as per National Fisheries Development Board, the fisheries sector has exhibited robust growth of 8% per annum on the average, with aquaculture growing by 10%. Globally, India accounts for almost 7.5% of the total production. Fish production in the country reached an all-time high of 14.16 million metric ton during 2019-20. Remember, we did not stop our productions during even the pandemic period. This sector has been showing a steady growth in the total gross value added accounts for almost 7.28% of the agriculture GDP. Our exports of maritime products stood 12.9 lakh metric tons during 2019-20. The advancement in the aquaculture industry has already started reaching new horizons. Friends, now for the industry, we are also facing so many challenges. And I believe no business, no industry can survive without challenges. Now, challenges can be seen as a threat. I would say this also is an opportunity. It makes us stronger. However, to narrate a few challenges, I would say lack of adaptability to the rural areas, which is very, very important. We need to live up to the expectation of the global community, global farming community. Emerging and re-emerging diseases, which is a major problem. The responsibility lies with the healthcare sector, and I am part of it. Unorganized marketing system, insufficient institutional support, improper global supply chain facilities, and global competitions. Here I would like to say a few words. Competition is unavoidable locally and globally. Rather, that makes us stronger. However, we need to improve productivity. Then AMR, antimicrobial resistance. There has been instances in the past, our shipments, container shipments have been rejected by some of the developed nations. And I must mention here that Government of India and the flagship institution, Coastal Aquaculture Authority, are doing a great job by educating farmers, investing in hugely in extension program, creating awareness to create understanding of avoiding antibiotic in productions, and of course, aqua pollutions. Now, having spoken about these opportunities and challenges, I would say, what is the best way forward? The promotion of traditional or community-based management practice is apt for small-scale aquaculture. It will be helping in improving customary and traditional practices. Establishment of a marine protected area, effective monitoring, control and surveillance mechanism. Integrate the Blue Revolution scheme and Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampadana Yojana. Establish fish cooperative societies and run village level schemes in coordination with Panchayat and to disseminate best practices and research. With this, I would say I'm optimistic. Even the biggest challenges in our lifetime, Corona has shown that this blue revolution is getting brighter and bluer. Let us be positive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Day, for your very valuable insights there. I believe that we now have some videos to play for you.
There are a number of reasons why U.S. soy consistently ranks at the top of the list in the global marketplace. There's the excellent nutritive quality of the plant, the overall economic value, and the robust logistical infrastructure for consistent transportation. But perhaps an important quality that U.S. soy has is the commitment to sustainability in the way that it's grown. Sustainable farming practices are foundational to the growth and production of U.S. soy. The production area for crops like soybeans in the United States has been stable for over 50 years, with forest land in the U.S. increasing, while cropland has actually decreased over that same amount of time. Now, you might be asking, how is that possible? Simple. U.S. soy farmers are committed to finding ways to do more with less. Let's start on the farm. There are a number of sustainable farming practices that are done in the field every day. No-till farming, grass filter strips, cover crops, and crop rotation. The U.S. has programs in place to help soy farmers engage in practices to manage water, preserve wildlife habitats, and help improve biodiversity. And modern tools like moisture sensors, smart irrigation, autonomous and GPS-enabled tractors, drones, and satellite imagery all help U.S. soy farmers produce a reliable harvest while reducing their use of natural resources. These measures create a big impact and lead to sustainable results such as reduced fuel use, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, less soil compaction, and less soil and water runoff. In fact, based on the environmental impact and benchmarks starting in 2000, U.S. soy has established yield and sustainability goals for the next 5 years. By 2025, U.S. soybean producers aim to reduce land use impact by 10%, reduce soil erosion an additional 25%, increase energy use efficiency by 10%, and reduce total greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. And this commitment doesn't stop on the farm. Sustainability is a focus from the beginning to the end of the soybean value chain. The United States created the U.S. Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol, SSAP, which is a certified aggregate approach audited by third parties that verifies sustainable soybean production at a national scale. SSAP outlines and measures 4 directives related to sustainability: biodiversity, sustainable production practices, public and labor health, and continuous improvement of practices. And last year, U.S. soybean farmers began a project to map strategic objectives directly tied to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals that aim to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. And U.S. soybean farmers are developing a roadmap to help move the needle in a measurable way. There is no doubting U.S. soy's commitment to sustainability, for now and for the future. Need more proof? The United States Soybean Export Council recently engaged Blanc Consultants to help answer the question, what is the environmental footprint of U.S. soy compared to other soy sourcing countries? Blanc compared 1 kilogram of soybeans, 1 kilogram of soybean meal crushed at market, and 1 kilogram crushed in the country of origin using a life cycle assessment. Looking at things like cultivation, land use change, transportation, and processing, the impact of soy on the carbon footprint of poultry production was lower with U.S. soybean meal. The facts are in, and they are indisputable. Through sustainable farming and constant innovation, U.S. soy contributes to a healthier planet. When you dare to compare U.S. soy to soy grown in any other region of the world, you will see that U.S. soy provides the sustainability solutions that global consumers and investors are demanding, and adds no extra cost for its verified sustainability. Verified sustainable U.S. soy is the highest quality and best economic choice, offering excellent value every time. To learn more about U.S. soy's sustainability efforts, reach out to your U.S. soy representative today.
Rising population means rising global demand for protein. Today, yield needs to be increased, for which modern farming methods are crucial. And equally critical is ensuring nutritious food for livestock. Significantly, Anmol Feeds for the last 19 years has played a vital role, thanks to its total production capability of 4 lakh metric tons per year. Anmol Feeds has consistently improved farmers' lives by providing nutritious feed for poultry, aqua, cattle and shrimp. Now, to further increase yield and assure better health of livestock, Anmol Feeds presents Nurture, New Thinking for Progress. Nurture promises a better future through world-class products, balanced nutritious feed, and health-enhancing, easily digestible feed. What's more, Nurture provides farm-level assistance by spreading knowledge and awareness of modern practices, which results in better profitability. Nurture today has a presence in 20 states with a range of poultry, fish, cattle and shrimp feed products, and touches 50,000 farmers through 600 dealers and 4,500 retailers. So let's move towards a better future with Nurture. Let's embrace progress with better quality feed from Nurture, by empowering rural farmers, by promoting rural entrepreneurship, by increasing their profitability. The revolution is here. Together, let's join hands and move towards a new India.
आईबी ग्रुप की सोच हमेशा यह रही है कि कम से कम दाना खिला के ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वजन कैसे लाया जाए। इसी के लिए वह भारत में आने वाली 10 साल 20 साल की ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी जो यूरोप यूएसए में उपयोग करता है। इसी के तहत आईबी ग्रुप ने एक्सक्लूडर फ्लोटिंग फिश फीड इंडिया में लॉन्च किया और आज इंडिया का नंबर 1 मार्केट शेयर आईबी ग्रुप के पास है।
Sold under the Abyss brand, the feed is produced using an extrusion feed manufacturing technique imported from the United States. The feed is processed using high-quality raw materials to ensure efficient delivery of nutrients for the maximum growth of fish. The floating fish feed contains a balanced quality of protein, fat, vitamins, minerals, and balanced amino acids.
आज फ्लोटिंग फिश का यूज़ होने से 100% फीड को कंज्यूम करता है फिश। दूसरी बात, इसके बॉटम हाइजीनिक रहते हैं। पहले जो फीड वेस्टेज जाता था वो बॉटम में जाके कई तरीके का डिजीज़ फिश में आते थे, आज वो डिजीज़ नहीं आते हैं।
For our shrimp business, the feed is pelleted is nutritionally rich and is scientifically proven to yield improved feed conversion ratio or FCR, which essentially means faster shrimp growth. It also facilitates easier maintenance of water quality, thereby reducing the chances of any disease outbreak. The feed is produced in a state-of-the-art plant and is specially formulated for Indian shrimp. In fact, our feed formulation method is internationally acclaimed and is in compliance with international quality standards.
In Abyss shrimp feed स्टार्ट हुआ गुजरात में, मतलब सबसे पहले इसी फार्म से स्टार्ट हुआ था और यहाँ से सबसे अच्छा प्रोडक्शन निकला, मतलब ग्रोथ भी बहुत अच्छा रहा था, एफसीआर भी 1.1 रहा था।
నాకు శక్తి గణేష్, మాది వెస్ట్ గోదావరి శ్రీశైలం గ్రామం. గత 4 సంవత్సరాలుగా నేను ఈ కల్చర్ చేస్తున్నాను, కానీ అన్ని మేతలు వాడాను. ఈ ఐబీ కంపెనీ మేత నాకు చాలా మంచి రిజల్ట్ ఇచ్చింది.
IB Group has not only helped in keeping costs low, but also in maintaining the quality of its products.
Thank you very much. It now gives me great pleasure to pass over the next part of the program to Zanet. Zanet, it's over to you. Thank you.
Zanat, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ashanus Jannat, the Communication and Branding Manager, hereby welcomes you all on the auspicious occasion of the launching ceremony of Aquaculture magazine. Bringing together the information of fisheries and aquaculture from different countries of Southeast Asia, which is one of the hotspot area of aquaculture and fisheries, for the farmers in a single platform, we have gathered and compiled all the information by coordinating with the representatives of different countries in a single place, which turned out to be a year-long process. And finally, we are here launching the first issue of the Vibrant Aquaculture. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude by thanking all the sponsors for their time, patience, and coordination. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Y. Basavaraju, the Managing Editor of Aquaculture magazine, Dr. Andrew Shin, the Advisor, and the Executive Editors, Dr. Amit Das, Dr. Jahirul Islam, and Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee. I would like to request Dr. Y. Basavaraju to speak a few words.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Zanat. Friends, I just want to say a few words about this Aquaculture magazine, which we are launching today. I think this has been our dream, and the core committee members, myself, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Jahirul, Dr. Amit, and Andy have been discussing this for almost more than a year to bring out a magazine which can serve as a platform for sharing views of different stakeholders, right from the researchers, academicians, industry, and for the development of sustainable development of aquaculture in India and also in the southeastern region. So after a continued effort in spite of a pandemic, in fact, we wanted to launch this much earlier. Maybe I were planning to launch in March this year, but due to pandemic and some other reasons, we could not make it. I'm happy we have made this today to launch this Aquaculture magazine today for the benefit of the different stakeholders. And I would like to say that we have a team of experts, both from different areas of aquaculture on our editorial board, both from India and in the southeastern region. And I'm very optimistic, very confident that this magazine will give a very good platform and serve as a knowledge dissemination in the sector of aquaculture. I thank all of my colleagues for making this to happen today, and I request all the participants over there or elsewhere to contribute to this article, this magazine, which we have started on a digital note now, and probably we are hoping to bring it as an offline hard copies in a short time. And I request everybody to support this magazine to become one of the important platform for sharing views of different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Andrew Shin and Dr. Basavaraju to formally launch our magazine, Aquaculture.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very exciting endeavor. And as Zanat and Dr. Basafaraj has just said, we have been working on this for the last year. I'm very excited to bring this to you, and it covers topics from right across Asia. It looks at health, nutrition, technology, genetics, breeding, production, and marketing. And as Dr. Basafaraju said, please submit your articles. We'd love to hear from you and to share information within the industry and across Asia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zanat. Thank you very much for the launch of Aquasia. As we said, we're very excited about this magazine. At this point, I believe I pass the proceedings back over to Sanjoy. Sanjoy, it's back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much, Andy. I have pleasure now in inviting Dr. Y. Basavaraju, the moderator of the first of the keynote session, which is the first part of today's proceedings. Dr. Basavaraju is former Dean, College of Fisheries, Bangalore. He holds an MFSc degree and PhD from the University of Stirling in the UK. Dr. Basavaraju has operated 17 research projects on fisheries, fish breeding, genetics and biotechnology, and aquaculture with national and international funding. He also has vast international exposure and experience. Dr. Basavaraju has published over 150 articles in scientific journals, besides 5 books and proceedings. His areas of interest include fish breeding and genetics, development of fish hatcheries, broodstock management, hatchery biosecurity, Before we start, a little bit of housekeeping announcements here. Would request all to keep their audios off, please. Shiva, can you turn everybody except the speaker mute, please? Thank you. Dr. Basavaraju, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for your good words. Friends, we are into the keynote session on different aspects of aquaculture. As my earlier speaker, Dr. Sanjay, and also Dr. Andy impressed upon the different aspects or the key critical inputs for sustaining the aquaculture development in the country or globally are very important. As you know that, especially in India, aquaculture is growing almost around 8% at annual growth rate, and freshwater aquaculture contributes to fisheries contributes about 56%, and out of which and the carps, freshwater carps, contribute almost 82% of the total freshwater production. And keeping in this theme on this session, the organizers have arranged the keynote session covering different aspects of aquaculture, right from the breed, seed, species diversification, then new technologies, healthcare, and also the policy issues. So today's session, we have 5 talks on different aspects. So without wasting my much time, I would like to invite the first speaker. The topic of today's first talk is on system diversification, IPRS, biofloc, RAS, what is ideal. And there are 2 contributors for this talk. One is Dr. Jesse Chappell from Auburn University, USA, and Umakant, technical representative from USEC. Dr. Jesse Chappell is a professor at the School of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Aquatic Sciences, College of Fisheries, College of Agriculture, Auburn University. He is an associate professor at the School of Fisheries and has been involved with promoting the IPRS, the in-pond raceway system technology in different parts of the world. And another speaker in the same subject, Dr. Umakant, is very well known in the aquaculture industry, but just to formally introduce him, Umakant is now as a technical representative at USEC. And at USEC, Umakant focuses on soybean product promotion in aqua feeds, aqua feed mill capacity utilization, improvement in feed technologies, managing client networks, guiding and developing aqua new business, and providing training for our industry. He has a professional experience of 18 years in aquaculture industry, covers all segments of the industry. As a consultant for USEC's ASC Regional Aquaculture Program, he has been instrumental in designing various innovative programs and activities that helped in the progress of Indian aquaculture industry. I was told that Dr. Jesse Chappell is not able to participate in live, but I think he is going to be recorded a few slides and followed by Dr. Umakant will continue on the same topic. Dr. Jesse Chappell, please, slides.
Well, hello, my name is Jesse Chappell, and I am going to be presenting today a PowerPoint presentation entitled Introduction to the In-Pond Raceway System. What is it, and why is it important in India and Southwest Asia? In-Pond Raceway System is an enhanced pond production technology that has been developing and is being adopted globally. Now, when people think about production in earthen ponds, they generally think about green water and people pulling nets to harvest fish and the traditional methodology that we've used for many years in aquaculture. Well, this is not what in-pond raceway systems is. Yes, we do use the pond, but its concept is based on what we call a river in a pond technology, meaning it's a flowing water technology. So why not continue to operate aqua farms as we have for many years? And are there environmental needs to consider as we look at this going forward? And why should one make a new investment in this approach, this fresh approach to aquaculture? What market or economic conditions or advantages are seen with this? So why now? Well, there's a little bit of a background. The farming opportunities in the 21st century are changing all over the world. Global populations are expected to grow to up to 9.5 billion people in just a very short order. Typically, probably thinking is within the next 20 years. Water, which is the key to all life, is going to be more and more limiting in many regions of the world. Fertilizers for food production are going to increase in cost. Demand for quality seafoods are going to dramatically increase for those products in Asia and Southwest Asia. Capture fisheries that we've relied on for centuries are likely to remain flat or more likely decline slowly over time. It's projected that aquaculture will dominate both in the product and market volume globally. All of this leads to an increasing cost and pressure on water use in all agriculture, but especially in aquaculture. The big challenge for agriculture by the end of the 21st century is to produce 3 times as much as we do now with fewer resources. The World Bank commissioned a study called Fish to 2030, and its preliminary findings were that aquaculture products simply must increase by 150% by 2050 just to keep pace with the world's growing demand for seafoods. This trend is likely to continue, and it's already impacting strained natural resources in response to this increased market opportunity. But is it sustainable? So our question is, how can we increase the productivity to meet these burgeoning demand increases in aqua farming and gain advantage of intensive systems or raceway approaches to meet these future demands for seafood products? In a broader view, we need to examine where we are and how can we develop a plan for a sustainable future. So how do we do it? With water, we really need to re-examine all of our agricultural production systems and begin to retask resources and use that as a function of efficiency. Incentivize operators for innovation and improved production systems and efficiencies, not just more product volume. We need to set clear goals and minimum standards for water as use as relates to product output and efficiency. We need to develop written objectives towards improved water quality and defined water quality standards. No discharge into supply sources should be allowed. And ultimately, we need to determine a real cost for using or more likely misusing water. Likewise with nutrients, we've got to recognize nutrient values and how these nutrients impact human life in the communities and regions where we live. As we misplace nutrients, I call them wandering nutrients. All these nutrients are out there in the environment, and everybody is downstream from someone. So how do we capture these wandering nutrients in your community, both in the present and in the future? We need to develop a plan to balance nutrient use with recapture and reuse in your town or province. With energy, agriculture is likely to need more and more energy, but we need to use it much more efficiently. Energy resources are all finite and ever increasing in cost. So what do you think can be done to decrease energy consumption and cost per unit of seafood produced in your business? All forms of agriculture and aquaculture are going to need to reconsider the approaches we use to energy. Ultimately, we need to ask ourselves, what is the cost of not implementing water, nutrient, and energy conservation plans for your community or region? Remember, everyone is downstream from someone. The decisions that are going to be made today will most impact your grandchildren. And as we think about this, what is sustainable? Well, sustainability needs to be environmentally sustainable and sustainable with natural resource use, but it also has to be financially sustainable. If it is not, it will not work. Well, one answer to these questions is using the in-pond raceway system technology that we're going to discuss briefly today. That sustainable technology, the in-pond raceway system, is based on applied research over 30 years, as well as applications on many farms worldwide. The sustainability that IPRS systems are designed for allows you to match your production systems with pond volume, optimizing that pond resource. We use continual pond mixing and nighttime aeration all the time versus just nighttime aeration in traditional ponds. We want to establish what we characterize as that river in a pond effect. We keep the water moving, mixed and aerated 24 hours a day. We use very low energy inputs to do that. With this continual waste load management is a big part, really at the heart of the IPRS technology. Now, the early efforts in developing in-pond raceway systems were started in the United States, but this has begun to be adopted globally, and are now the systems that have evolved, and those are the ones that are being adopted today all over the world. Significant continued development and adoption has occurred both in the USA, but most specifically internationally, especially in China, but in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and beginning now in Southwest Asia. Now, to give you just a briefing on how this works, as you see here in this sketch, it shows you the pond orientation and how the in-pond raceway systems sit in the pond. In this picture, you can see two raceways, and they are pushing water around the pond in a counterclockwise fashion. You can see the baffle there extending diagonally in the pond, and the water passes around and around the pond back to the foot of the raceways, or the head of the raceways here where my cursor is. In the corners of the pond here in the lower left, in the upper left, you see in-pond raceway system tools, which we call white water units, that drive the water around and around the pond. We have two that are connected to the raceway themselves that drive it through the unit. So with each raceway we have one unit attached, and we also have a corresponding unit in the open water. Now, in-pond raceway systems offer a sustainable solution because there is no water exchange needed. We need much less in the way of pond chemicals or any additives that we need to use in the ponds to correct water chemistry and water quality declines. This allows us for very high efficiency feeding and improved feed conversion ratios. Lowered mortality is experienced at all life stages because the fish literally are in our hands, and we can take much better care, much better husbandry on those animals. Our cost are reduced per unit for each unit of weight gained. We have reduced overall harvest costs because the animals are already caught. They're in the raceway there, so really we just need to crowd them and dip them out. Now, our management in these systems is much more responsive to our efforts than from what you see in traditionally operated ponds. Now, the advantage of this in-pond raceway system as an enhanced pond system is it's really all about enhancement of that biology. We want to simulate a riverine environment within the pond, and this allows us to get significantly improved survival, typically greater than 90%, improved FCRs, and end up being reduced cost of feed per unit of gain. We have a complete elimination of birds, which is a problem in some parts of the world because we can very efficiently cover the units and shield them from any bird predation. We have reduced energy cost per unit. We do use more electricity, but we are producing quite a bit more fish in the pond, so our overall cost of energy per unit is actually reduced. We have much better control over inventory. The IPRS allows us to use a staggered stocking and harvesting so that we have better cash flow around the year, and we're not overtaxing the pond in terms of the organic loading at any point in time. These systems allow us far easier health management of the fish, because if we need to do any treatments, either whether it's a prophylaxis or as a response to diseases, we can do it and treat in much less water volume, because we're only treating what's the water in the raceway itself. So we use less volume to manage that fish health. It's easier to harvest the fish, as I mentioned a moment ago, because they're already caught. And we can capture and remove a lot of the nutrient solids, the manure or organic materials that we can collect on the downstream end of the raceway, and actually remove it from the pond. Now, compared to traditionally operated ponds, IPRS allows us to produce 200 to 300% more annual yield. Superior fish survival and growth performance in raceways allows us to achieve 125 to 150 kilograms per cubic meter in the raceway, typically with survivorship greater than 94%, FCRs 1.4 or better per unit, and we overall have a cost reduction per unit by about 35%. Operated using our principles that we teach, IPRS is predictable and gives you a return on investment that's attractive to most farmers. The reliability and turnout of high quality products in some markets gives you, in some places, a sales premium. The fish are more robust. We say they have bigger shoulders because they're continually swimming. Their body is firm, much like a wild fish, as opposed to a fish that's leading a sedentary life in a traditionally managed pond. IPRS allows us a multiple species production and multiple life stages, as I said a moment ago, in staggered production, so that you can optimize market entry and cash flow. A big advantage over traditional systems. So this sustainability and predictability is a really big improvement over traditionally managed farms. That performance in in-pond raceway system depends upon you. If you operate using these our principles, it'll give you that predictable yield output. But remember, that sustainability needs to be profitable also, and this system allows you that profitability. So thank you. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your listening ear, and hopefully we can get together again soon and talk about it in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, I think and now I will request Umakant to continue talk on other systems, biofloc and RES.
Thank you, Director. Hope you can see my presentation, right?
Yeah.
So in continuation to Dr. Jesse Chappell's explanation about IPRS technology, I would like to briefly discuss about the other systems what we have at present in our region, what people are trying to follow in our region. So basically we have three systems, IPRS, RES, and biofloc that I'm going to compare now. I'm not going to get into deeper details for this comparison because all these systems are new for the region, and yet we need to make out some more knowledge. We need to develop some more knowledge about all these systems. So basically these three systems are intended to be used at different circumstances and available resources. So if you take IPRS system, if you have an existing pond infrastructure, you can enhance the productivity of that pond infrastructure in a sustainable manner. Whereas RAS and biofloc systems needs fresh infrastructure development necessary for these things. In my knowledge, RAS and bioflag systems are well suited for the regions where you have a scarcity of availability of land, or where you need to control your complete environment so that you can manage your activities properly. So in those circumstances, RAS and bioflag systems are much suited. Sorry. But whatever system you want to adapt, you need to follow these steps specifically before you venture into any of these culture methodologies. So you need to have an estimation of the capital and running capital estimation, and you need to look for the availability of skilled manpower, whether you have manpower available with for running those specific systems. And you also need to check, can you get a proper advisory support for that specific culture system that you want to adapt. And before doing all these things, you need to assess your market, how much fish you are going to produce with the capital investment that you are going to make in, and then whether the production volumes can be sold in your local market, or do you have an access to the market. And you also need to do a supply demand scenario estimation before getting into your investment decision. And you also need to study successful adapter case studies like these. Like I told you, all these technologies are new to our region, and yet we need to make out our knowledge, improve our knowledge about these systems, and we need to study these systems. So you better always meet somebody who is already doing it successfully, so that you can gain knowledge from them. And by doing all these things, you need to work out the ROI, return on investment, how much you are going to invest, time, money, everything. So end of the day, when you are going to get back your money, whether this venture is going to be profitable or not for you. Sorry. Along with that, you need to check one important thing is how easily you can operate the system, whatever the system you want to adapt, how easily you can adapt that system. This is also one important point. So I briefly summarized the advantages and disadvantages of all these three systems briefly here. If you take IPRS technology, the construction cost and infrastructure development cost is nearly moderate. It will cost you around 85 to 90 lakhs, because I have knowledge in this system, so I can give that number to you right now. So about RAS, I don't have exact number in my mind, but it's nearly same expensive if you want to produce nearly 30-40 tons of production from the system. And if you go for bioflag technologies, so it is a little less expensive, because you don't have a water filtration system and all these stuff involved into this bioflag technology. It is a little less, but there are some other factors that you need to consider before venturing into bioflag technology. Production cost also comparatively limited, whereas in RAS you need to invest a lot in terms of energy and filtration devices and all these things. So the production cost also, I mean, even the survival is also comparatively less in RAS than other systems. So the production cost is a little high there. And in bioflag system also, the cost, production cost is moderate, because bioflag will support providing some nutritional support to the animal what you are growing therein. Electricity and mechanical components involved in IPRS system are comparatively very less. Only you have a few systems, air blower systems and fecal matter recovery systems. That's all the technical and electrical and mechanical components involved in IPRS technology. Whereas in RAS, you have, it's a complex system involving electrical, mechanical, and biological systems. It's very complex system. So, whereas in bioflag system also, it's a complex system involving aeration devices and biological components involved into that. With IPRS technology, existing manpower that are there with our farming operation, they can manage. In IPRS technology, you don't need to have a very high skilled manpower. You just need an electrician on board, and then a feed boy. That's all you need. Whereas in RAS, you need to have a trained, skilled manpower. You need to watch the system entire 24/7. So it should be very much managed. It should be very much managed well. Otherwise, it pushes you into trouble. The bioflux system also, the same principle applies. You need to have skilled manpower at your disposal so that they can manage this system properly. And the electrical power backup system requirements are very much necessary for all these three systems. And moderate energy cost and IPRS system is moderate when compared with the production what you are going to get from that system. The energy cost is very less. In RAS, because of involvement of so many mechanical, electrical, biological systems into this technology, you need to spend more energy on energy, I mean more cost on energy. The same thing applies to bioflux technology also. In terms of IPRS technology, the management skill or monitoring necessary monitoring needs are very less. It's like managing your normal pond. As you manage your pond, you can manage the same manner IPRS system, whereas in RAS and bioflux, you need to have a very skilled manpower and you need to concentrate on the system. You need to monitor the system 24/7. So based on the operational ease and the time and energy that you're going to spend on these systems, and most of the by and large, what you need to think is what is your need, where you want the system depends. Which type of system you select depends upon the need. If you are if you need a system where you need to control the entire biological process and you need to have a biosecure system, then you need to think about RAS or bioflux, stuff like that. But for the existing infrastructure that we have in our region and existing manpower and skill labor availability, in my opinion, IPRS suits well for our existing, in general, farmer communities. If you need to have a high-end indoor system to manage high-value fish species, maybe you can think of RAS and bioflux systems. And it seems that bioflux is helping more of shrimp farmers to grow 1 month or beyond that, to grow their shrimp in a secured manner. So in that way, bioflux is helping better to shrimp farmers. So this is by and large my idea or view about this comparison between these three species. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morgan. It is an interesting, slides by Dr. Chappell, where he detailed, give the advantages of IPRS system, especially for very one important, he said, river within the pond system. So that means you are giving a very congenial environment to the fish in the system, and also it's another important is you are reducing the energy cost and also the pressure on the land, which is very important, especially if you want to have aquaculture in urban, near to the urban areas, which land, power, everything is expensive. I think to sum up all the three, I think these are all the three are very recent innovative technologies, which are, in my opinion, high investment, high risk, high profit, all that. So all the risk is there, but at the same time, any entrepreneur or businessman has to take the risk to be successful. And another point I want to, with a very important, you gave a very comparison of the three new systems which are entering into the country, IPRS, bioflux, and RAS. I think we have a given option to the entrepreneurs where they can think over which suits their purpose. Also, another important thing is what we consider in this. Now there are a lot of importance, and especially under the PMMSY program, a lot of push has been given to this innovative technology, especially for RAS and bioflux. What we feel is all these technologies should be promote it, but at the same time, there should be a sufficient backward and forward linkages to make these technologies sustainable. Otherwise, they become like 800 case. They start initially and they're not able to sustain because of the lack of quality seed or a lack of market or the lack of profitability. I think we have to take all this into consideration. Thank you for covering all these aspects, and you have given a very good basket for the Indian aqua entrepreneurs to choose. Thank you, Dr. Umakanta. Thank you. Okay, now our next speaker on the list is Dr. C.K. Murthy, my close friend, and Dr. Murthy is a PhD from the University of Alberta, Canada. He had served as a executive director in the National Fishery Development Board, and also he served in the Department of Fisheries, Karnataka, and retired as a joint director. And now at present is vice president of Society for Fisheries, Inland Fisheries, Indian Fisheries and Aquaculture at Hyderabad. And he has got a lot of experience in being worked in the state government. He has got a lot of experience on these different policies which are needed for sustainable aquaculture development. I request now Murthy to take over and give his talk on policy initiative for aquaculture development.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Two things I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present some of my ideas. In fact, these ideas I have taken it from my president, Ramchandra Raju Garu, president of SAIFA. We have discussed and then we have brought it out this policy. Some of this we shared with Government of India also in certain forums. I'd also like to thank Umakant for giving me an opportunity to see the IPRS system in China way back in 2019, just before COVID. So that was a wonderful experience, and there are a lot of positive aspects over it. Anyway, he has explained it. Dr. Chappell beautifully explained it. Now, coming back to the policy initiatives. One second, let me. Yeah. For the policy for aquaculture, that we have listed some of these policy initiatives that is required, basically considering the India as the target organization. Some of these are target country. Probably this may be common for many countries also. The first and foremost is we would like request the government to treat aquaculture as equivalent to agriculture. So that is one of the basic. I will explain this point in detail, some of these points, especially in terms of water. Whenever a new reservoir or canal or new reservoir system, dam or canal system is built, there has to be a priority for aquaculture. Right now, it is aquaculture is in the last priority.
Please go to, sir, please go to slide mode.
Slide mode, if I go it is not difficult to move it, sir. That's why I have just done it like this. Then it will not move. Okay. So I think this is quite big enough. So coming back to that water supply canal system, for example, now in India, Andhra Pradesh is one of the dominant place where fish culture is happening. They are facing acute shortage of water, fresh water. Their priority is after all the other activities like human drinking purpose, irrigation, and then industrial purpose, and the fisheries is the last purpose. So fisheries has to be taken on par with agriculture, and the priority has to be given. Same thing with respect to power tariff as well as power supply. Power tariff, there is a significant difference in many states, which is affecting the sustainable development, especially for the modern culture systems that what we are talking about, IPRS, biofloc, and RAS, that will be greatly affected, and it is not sustainable with a very high rate, which is almost equivalent for the industry. Third point is the finance. Now for agriculture, there is a systematic approach for the crop loans, term loans, the concessional rate, but that kind of facility is not there for the aquaculture. So this has to be provided. Aquaculture has to be equated with agriculture, and finance has to be provided. Same thing happens to insurance also. The insurance, the pattern for agriculture is almost standardized, but unfortunately for the crop and the infrastructure, it is very difficult to get assured insurance. Now, one more burning issue is the natural calamities. Right now, in some certain part of Andhra Pradesh East Coast, there is a heavy rain, and this is affecting. A couple of months back also, we had a serious calamity, and the agriculture gets certain packages as and when there is a natural calamity. But when it comes to fisheries, it is treated as a stepmotherly treatment. So that kind of thing has to go. We also should be taken into that account. So natural calamities are becoming more and more common in coastal areas. So the aquaculture part is getting affected drastically. It is happening more than one time in a year. So our ultimate request is involve all the stakeholders in formulating the policies, so that whenever there is a new policy, stakeholders' opinion has to be taken out. Now, I understand that there is a talk on the quality fish seed, but this is one of the paramount requests that we always put forth. The government should have a policy on genetic improvement program for all cultivable species. It should be on top priority with the R&D institution with continued support. There has to be a program for whatever the species that is required, and that has to be brought out. Second point is that once the quality broodstock has been done, when a product is available, there has to be a period when, if we are importing it from other countries, especially from, for example, Venamai, for example, tilapia. Venamai, there is sort of a regulation, but for example, tilapia, there is absolutely no control. In fact, only MPEDA is doing it, but other stakeholders who have brought it directly from international sources, there is no systematic approach in procuring the broodstock at a regular interval. Another drastic effect is that fishes like paku, fishes like pangasius, which has come to India as an aquarium fish, has entered into the market. There is no known source of broodstock. So this is the illegal. We have to control the illegal import of fish. So there has to be a national level registry for all broodstock imports. Then the brood bank and multiplication centers, both at the state as well as center level, there has to be a policy. How we have to plan it at state specific policies, maybe if required, if not region specific policies, then backing up the quality broodstock, regular replenishment of that, there has to be a policy. This is what we are requesting repeatedly in all the forums. Okay, so the national supply state specific action plan is a mandatory requirement. Then, as Dr. Basuraju sir keeps telling in all the forums, the better management of broodstock in terms of feed, water quality, and disease control is a paramount importance, because that will add at least 15 to 20% of the extra growth when we have better quality seed. Okay, so better broodstock management, there has to be a sort of quality assurance. The program has to be started from the quality assurance for the through seed certification from the source of seed production, then broodstock management, then registration of farms. If the important thing is that continuous monitoring is system. Only monitoring is required. Only thing is that if we have it on paper, it will not help. It has to be monitored. There has to be an independent agency to monitor it frequently, visit the farms, see the broodstock management, and ensure that proper broodstock management is taking place. Most of the seed produced within India is not proper broodstock from the broodstock, which are not maintained properly as a broodstock for seed production. It is procured from the culture ponds. So then the seed quality of the seed is really questionable. So continued awareness and capacity building program is also a prerequisite. Then there are other things like, say, cross-border transport is becoming a major issue. You may be surprised to see there are a lot of varieties of fishes which are not heard of in the culture systems, because they are entering through different borders and different two systems. Unless we take it very seriously, this will get into our natural system, just like what happened with our African catfish. That will affect our natural system and also culture systems like natural tanks, reservoirs, ponds. Okay, so there has to be a sort of an improvement in the fish seed transportation handling technology, use of computerized system for counting, monitoring, and then easy transport. That somehow that has stopped for some time. It has to be improved. Okay. Okay. Next is the quality input. When we say quality input, is that basic is the feed. Already there is a mention by the distinguished speakers, right? The species specific feed, size specific feed, and season specific feed. Unfortunately, except for shrimp, most of the feed what we have in the market is a generic feed. Okay, there are few exceptions here and there. Okay, maybe there must be some companies producing for exclusively for tilapia and other things. There are a lot of so the protein has to be provided in the form of digestible protein or a useful protein, not the total protein. So then also the mineral and vitamin rich foods, then functional feeds which we are talking for a long time, but it has to be not only for shrimp, it is for the fish also. There has to be some research, some feed has to come out so that it is economically viable, the cost can be reduced, and in the market it can be made available to consumer at a reasonable price. And also for the young ones and the brood stock, specific feeds are required. This has to be policy initiative is required in this direction, both in terms of R&D and also in terms of monitoring and development. Okay, the system to monitor the quality of fish feed, especially from the form of labs, farmer grievance redressal mechanism, and proper labeling. These three things are very important. Having a laboratory where farmer can access get the feed assessed independently from what he is being told, and then the farmer grievances, wherever there is a grievance, there has to be a redressal mechanism, and then there is a proper labeling system providing the digestible protein. Then quality of probiotics, medicines, equipments, including aerators, that kind of machinery is what we have is so wide. We don't know which one is really cost effective or energy efficient. So these kind of things has to be assessed by some independent agency. Mechanism has to be done, and then farmers should be supported. And as far as possible, there has to be sort of an extension support. Now, another third part, what we are insisting is that the R&D support. The genetic program should be continuous. The brood stock management should be continuous. Research funding should be sufficient to meet their requirement for all the species which we are cultivating, and if required, more species also. Okay. Detailed research on imported fishes. Unfortunately, we lack basic research on some of these imported species, especially pangasius and tilapia. So then it is very difficult to manipulate the feed and other things so that cost can be reduced. So we have to depend upon the international papers. So this kind of R&D has to be strong. Whenever the new species is there, there has to be supported by the local R&D so that the cost can be gradually reduced. If not reduced, it should be maintained. The R&D on growth, feed, disease management, and water quality management is very essential. The ultimate target is reducing the cost of feed cost while keeping the quality, and as feed cost constitutes about 60% of the total culture cost. We have just given one small example for rohu. During 1980s, the cost was 8 rupees a kilo. Now it's about 100 rupees a kilo. There is an increase of around 12.5 times. The rice bran, which is the main ingredient or feed, which was 30 paisa or 0.3 rupee in 1980s. Now it is 20 rupee. It is 66 times more. That means the cost in the market is not commensurate with the increase in the feed ingredient. So there has to be a systematic approach in finding the alternative and also to reduce the cost. The fourth part is that we are talking about is the hygienic fish market. So unless the success of the market depends, success of aquaculture depends upon the marketing. So this has to be developed both for domestic and international market. We have got very good products for the international market, but for the domestic market, all through years we have neglected. Only recently, when the COVID pandemic started and everybody was finding it difficult to export, started telling that okay, domestic market is required. Either two, many people were not at all bothered, and government, I think during the initial days of NFTV, we did try an effort to build some modern hygienic fish markets across the country, something like 300, 400. But after that, it gradually gets reduced. So that increased emphasis required so that the domestic market is stabilized and farmers will get better revenue for the produce. Now, developed hygienic fish transportation system, both railway, air cargo, and road transport. Recently, Government of India has started a dedicated farmers railway system for transport of perishable goods like vegetables, fruits, and fishes. So there are some trains moving from different part of India. In fact, it can be hired by the entrepreneur. So this is an opportunity for some of our farmers groups to start. The fish can directly go from, for example, Vijayawada to Calcutta, Howrah, or Vijayawada to Guwahati, anywhere. So this kind of system has to be improved and support has to be provided. Then the hygienic market, as I mentioned already, wholesale and retail market and e-marketing. E-marketing is one issue that is emerging very fast. There are a lot of issues that we have to, there may be a policy requirement intervention over there. Then one more important is that we are using only whole fish. Okay? This costs, for example, if we are transporting about 10 million tons of fish from Andhra Pradesh to different parts of India, roughly 20% of is gut and waste. Okay, if we can take out gut at least, it reduces by 15%. So that means approximately 1.5 million tons of gut, 1.5 lakh tons of gut don't have to be transported. So our transportation cost can come down. So that there is a need to systematically encourage the consumers to use dressed fish, if not the cut fish, at least degutted fish. So this kind of approach is required. So it reduces the transportation cost, better handling, and storage and marketing. Okay. Then there is recently we have seen in Odisha, fish and fish products are being started utilizing in nutrition supplement program. There is a need to include this in across the country. Now, right now, government of India is following a Poshan program, that is a massive awareness program for using the nutritious food for women, pregnant women, lactating women, and child. So this program should be extended for even aged people. The fish can be utilized in the nutrition supplement program, fish and fish products. This will help in two ways. One is it helps the farmers to produce the fish at a reasonable price and get the profit. Second thing is that the nutritive value of the fish is beneficial for the consumer, especially the pregnant woman, lactating woman, and child. It will help in addressing the malnutritional problem, which is very severe in some of the rural areas. Coming back, another important is that there are a lot of efforts going on in the campaign part. We always quote that the egg coordination committee has come out with a beautiful campaign, whereas fish it is not there. So we know there are a lot of discussions also going on. The Ministry of Department of Fisheries has created some electronic system to campaign, but that may not be sufficient. We have to have some more this one. So state level, and we have to prepare maybe state level and national level action plan. How to do it? You use the stakeholder, involve stakeholders in all these cases. Let the farmers also be associated in all these campaigns. That is our thing. Then in agriculture and other things, we can see a lot of market intelligence and demand and supply studies. Classic case is the American Soybean Association. They are spending a lot of money to assess the market, study the impact, and come out with. We have seen some of these presentations, earlier presentation, which gave the impact of soybean culture on the environment and carbon issues. Okay, those kind of studies, like at least for the supply and demand, what happens if the fish is produced, whether there will be a demand or not, that kind of things has to be continued. Research is required and studies are required. When India produced large quantity of pangasius, the price crashed. So a lot of farmers lost their investment. Okay, so this whether market can withstand that kind of sudden increase, that has to be addressed before and suggested to farmers. Okay. Removal of the tax on packaged fish and fish products. So unfortunately, a couple of years back, when food is packed with a sealed, there is a tax. So this has to be addressed at the national level, so that tax can be removed, so that the fish can be processed fish can be sold. Advantage with processed food is that you can make available the fish 24/7 under 365 days. It can reach remote places and contamination is reduced. Shelf life is more. So there are a lot of advantages. So some part of the fish has to be processed and provided. So in that case, the tax rebate is one of the essential requirement. So these are all some of the points from our point that we wanted to share. So I thank once again the organizers for providing us an opportunity to express our views. Thanks to all. Thanks to Dr. Basuraj, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. I think you have flagged off very important issues, especially on this water usage, then electric power tariff, then especially the finance. The aquaculture farmers, except the shrimp farmers, especially in the freshwater aquaculture, the farmers are not able to get that easily the loan from the banks. So you also raised the important issues like what to promote aquaculture, important like water, tariff, finance, then insurance, and also the important quality, seed, like establishment of brood bags, multiplications. So in this, I think I want to just say that Government of India has taken initiative long back in 2010 and again 2015. They issued other guidelines for the production of quality seed. This is a very detailed guidelines out there. Only thing is the states are to implement this. Then that includes all the issues, including the certification, registration, and also import of other species. I think these are the things that are there, only things that have to be implemented. And regarding this, introduction of new species, as you said, there are many rules, but still there are a lot of fishers are entering illegally. The only thing is, if we allow this on a long run without evaluating their suitability to our conditions, that probably we are going to end up in a big problem. I think in this direction, government has to take some issues, and especially the states, because state subject fisheries is a state subject, and based on the guidelines issued by the government of India, states should start initiate, especially when there are more private players into the action. We have to make some regulations and to facilitate implement these regulations through a already policies are that they have to take action. Okay, thank you, Murthy, for your very enlightening talk on this policy issues. Now, next is mine. It will be a morely technical. I don't know, because these all the three are more general, but I'll be talking what many people have raised on. Okay, where is my slides? Sure. Hello. Okay. Friends, I will be talking on very specific topic on role of broodstock and its impact on the seed quality. So this is all the three earlier speakers or all the initial that they're important, critical inputs for sustainable aquaculture development. So the good breed, good seed, good feed, good environment, and of all that, the basic fundamental requirement is the quality seed. Without the good quality seed of a good breed, any amount of your management will not give the desired result. So the genetics of the seed itself will contribute out almost 30% to the production. Okay, this is just to say that what I want to say. I'm most concentrated on the freshwater broodstock management in the freshwater aquaculture species, especially on crops, because you all know that India is called as a aquaculture, the carp aquaculture. Even though after the, as I already told you, I think carps are dominating the aquaculture for the years because of their relatively easy captive breeding, high fecundity, good growth rate, feeding at a lower food chain, and they accept supplementary feed, and moreover they're well suited to low inputs. So that's why they can be produced at a little low cost. That's why they have been in the aquaculture field for more than 3 to 4 decades, and even today they are the main contributors for the total fish production. Next slide, please. Okay, these are some of the important cultivable species which are in the now currently used. Next one. And these are some of the potential species which are entering into the aquaculture recently, like Fungaceous, Venamine, and giant freshwater prawn, tilapia, and like another species also. But they are mainly limited to in the feed-based culture systems, not into the traditional culture systems. Next, please. And in addition to that, after long research, we have 2 genetically improved strains into the field, which almost about 10 years back, 10 to 15 years back. One is Jayanti Rohu, developed by Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture, Bhubaneswar, and one borrowed University. And this is the improved strain of Cyprinid common carp, and it's called Amur common carp. Next. And to come into the importance of quality seed, the quality fish is a fundamental for augmenting fish production from different farming system, whether traditional system or innovative innovative systems. Seed is an important fundamental critical input, and is proved behind that use of quality fish seed is recognized one of the key prerequisites for enhancing production, and use of just alone can increase to 20 to 30% output and can sustain the sector growth. And coming to the present fishery status in the country, and except a few states like Assam, West Bengal, and to certain extent Andhra Pradesh, most of the seed production is controlled by, is a state control, and is all revolving around only, even though we say about 16 species are there, but it's mainly revolves around 3 to 4 species, especially for the pond-based aquaculture. And 3 species, Katla, Rohu, common carp, these carps almost contribute nearly to 90%. And as I told you earlier, there are these 2 superior breeds developed, Jayanti Rohu and Amur common carp, are in good demand, but there's inadequate brood stock and seed. And most of the states except Andhra Pradesh and Western Bengal, most of the states are seed deficit states. And the projected fingerling requirement to meet estimated 10 millimeter production is around 2,000 crores, and projected production is only 1,500 crores, and there's a gap of 500. Inadequate supply of quality seed of right species in required quantities at right time and right place at the right place is considered one of the major constraints for the aquaculture development. Okay, now I'm coming to the what is the quality seed. You cannot define a quality seed when you go into their farm to look to buy a seed. But there are 2 ways. One, to gather information on the seed, how it has been produced, what are the type of the breeders used, what are the breeding methods used, and this is the genetic aspects of the seed. And other aspects physical is when you go to buy a seed, it's all mostly active, looking healthy, and uniform in size, and expecting potential for high survival. These are some of the qualities that we call as a good quality seed. Next. Okay, what are the factors affecting seed quality? The factors affecting seed quality important is the source of the brood stock. Major factor is the source of the brood stock itself, like the type of the breed, then how it is managed, then the breeding methods what we follow, and brood stock replenishment and replacement strategies. These are very important. In most of the cases, these are not scientifically followed. As somebody already said, just get the fish which is ready to breed without knowing it the source. Even fish from the culture ponds are taken for breeding purpose, which leads to, without the known source, it may lead to inbreeding. Then comes to the husbandry practices, like a congenial environment, proper depth, good water quality, good feed, and health management of brood stock, hatchery, nursery, and rearing. These are very important, and we'll have to do regular monitoring, evaluation, assessment of the seed to maintain the quality. So coming to the brood stock management, this is my major announcement. I'll be just talking in general principles of brood stock management. I'm not going into the details of it. This is mainly for the carps also, but these principles are applicable to other species also. The genetic management involves knowing the genetic makeup of the fish in the brood itself, how it has been bred, what is its complete about the pedigree. That's very important. Then followed by source of brood stock, where it has been procured, how it is maintained, and the third one is the brood stock replenishment and replacement strategies, and following good breeding protocols, hatchery practices to manage inbreeding and its management. These are very important. Then the second part is husbandry practices, because once you have a good quality seed, it has to be nursed properly, to bring it to a good condition. That includes the good bird preparation, stocking density, then the post-stocking management like feed and feeding strategies, water quality, and providing a congenial environment and a good health management. Though genetic management of brood stock is very critical to ensure long-term quality, and it requires very good understanding of the genetic structure of the species being used. without understanding the genetic structure of the breed, the managing becomes very difficult. And normally genetic management, broodstock management normally focuses to prevent loss of genetic diversity and minimize inbreeding within the population. So managing the inbreeding is very important. Otherwise, inbreeding is very cumulative, and it's cumulative and it's irreversible. Next, please. Okay. And coming to the status of broodstock management in most of the hatcheries across India, we are having visited, seen many states, both private hatcheries and government hatcheries. And mostly the importance is given only to the emphasis on the quantity, with the targeted production, then the quality, and the genetic aspects of it is given the least priority. And most of the seed production is derived by either production targets or the market. So, and most of these hatcheries, what we observe is they are functioning as a reproductively and also genetically isolated units, and with little or no exchange of germplasm, which is very important because all your growth traits like growth, your reproductive performances, and everything depends on the genetic variation, which comes only when we exchange the different germplasm from different stocks and mix them and manage them very well. And this is what a typical function of a fish seed farm. In most of the hatcheries, what they happen is they have a large number of breeders. What they do is they use these breeders, breed them, and dispose most of them at different stages like spawning, fry, and fingerlings, and only the left out seed at the end of the season goes back as the breeders. And that means here you are disposing all the good material, maybe this for the spawn stage and fry stage and fingerling stage, and what is it left out you're using as a breeders. If this is continued for generations, it definitely leads to inbreeding, and inbreeding will have very negative impact on the productivity of the fish. Okay, what is inbreeding? Inbreeding is the mating of closely related animals. That means the mating of the closely related animals. That means the genes, gametes will be by identicity, and that the inbreeding is always cumulative because it accumulates from one generation to the next generation, and it is irreversible. And what happens? Okay, somebody asks, what happens to inbreeding? What is that? Inbreeding, it leads to what we call the inbreeding depression, and inbreeding depression results in a negative effect like reduced reproductive performance, then poor spawning response, fecundity, reduced growth, deformities, then high FCR, and high cost of production with uneconomical margins of the profit of the fish farmer. These are some of the negative effects in the inbreeding, especially in terms of reproductive performance. Now, there are only simple ways. I just take 2 or 3 simple ways to minimize inbreeding in hatchery without affecting the regular seed production program. They can still manage the inbreeding to a very tolerable limits, like say breeding less than 1% per generation. We have to increase the number of brood stock contributed to the next generation. That is what technically we call increase the effective population size. Then random selection of numbers to select as the future brood stock. When you collect the next generation brood stock, it should come from the number of breeding populations, so you can increase the gene pool. And another one is important is equalization of sex ratio. In many hatcheries, we see that they use, for one female, they use 2 males or sometimes 3 males, and the reasons given are not really scientific based, because 1:1 male is the best way for managing the inbreeding. Next way is, another important way is to keep a recording, marking, or take away a separate different age class of generations for current or future broodstock, because this is also not being done, because unless you know the age of the fish, so many times you'll be reviewing the bigger fishes, thinking that it is an old fish, probably that means the best performing, and keeping the slow growing fish, thinking that the younger one. So there are these things are very, and next is the maintaining the pedigree records is also very important. Most of the hatcheries, they do not maintain the records. Record keeping is an important aspect of management, hatchery management, assess your own performance. Okay, this is just an example how a sex ratio can increase the inbreeding from, when you use it, it will be we use equal number of males and female. It is just less than around 1%. But if you imbalance the male and female, you can see that increase almost increases by 50%. So equalizing sex ratio is one of the best way to maintain manage the inbreeding. Now coming to the second part, broodstock management and husbandry practices. I think this is most probably most of the hatcheries that follow, but still there are some issues not neglected, because your broodstock should be reared properly at least 3 to 2 months before the breeding time, with a proper feed, proper stocking density, and draining and drying the ponds, application of good quality of manures and fertilizers, liming, and additional inputs such as, these are the important things to be followed in addition to management, genetic management of your broodstock.
Previous section is going.
Yeah, next one. Where is he? Okay, I think I come to conclusion. So this is just a general observation on how to manage broodstocks for getting a good quality seed. I think to conclude, balancing both genetic management of broodstock and following good husbandry practices is very critical to develop good breeders for quality seed production. Thank you. Okay, okay. Next presentation is by Dr. Andy Shin. Andy Shin will be speaking on diseases in freshwater aquaculture in Asia and Thailand by effect on industries. Dr. Andy Shin is a senior scientist at Benchmark R&D Thailand. Dr. Shin has a doctorate in veterinary aquaculture and over 30 years of experience in parasitology and disease diagnostics. He is an honorary lecturer at the University of Stirling and St. Andrews, Scotland, and Vet School, Chiang Mai, Thailand. He has a very number of years in disease management. Dr. Andy, over to you.
Thank you very much. I believe Sanjoy has some announcements.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, we have some videos to play, and we'll do that before Andy comes on. Thank you so much.
BioVet SA Laboratories was founded in 1984, but the philosophy of the company is based on detecting the problems that currently affect farms in order to find effective solutions in the laboratory. BioVet has its industrial and institutional headquarters in Constantine and its commercial headquarters in the Chamber of Commerce of Tarragona. BioVet SA, creating health, improving efficiency. BioVet is a research-based company composed of a multidisciplinary team. Product development, feed formulation service, mycotoxin analysis service, training and consulting, microbiologic analysis, mycotoxin calculator. BioVet has obtained the FAMI QS certificate from an independent company that audits compliance with European standards. The manufacture of eco-friendly products, the A number for a European manufacturer, and the FDA certificate in the United States. Compliance with the Data Protection Act. BioVet SA has a great product range aimed at poultry, swine, ruminants, and aquaculture. Mycotoxin binders, preservatives, nutritionals, pro-nutrients, digestives, antioxidants and fat enhancers, fishing product line,
Thank you very much, Dr. Basavaraj, for that very, very kind introduction. What I'm going to do is I'm just quickly loading up my slides, and I'm hoping that they appear on screen. Can I ask? Can everybody see Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I would like to say a huge thank you to the organizing committee for the very kind invitation to speak here today. And you can see on screen that this was the title that I was given: Diseases in Freshwater Aquaculture in Asia and some of the effects on industry. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that title very slightly. And I want you to think about Asia's most wanted. So what I'm going to do, just for the purposes of the next 10 to 12 minutes, I would like to think about perhaps some of the most serious diseases that impact on aquaculture. And just while I talk, I just want to give you just a few seconds for you to formulate in your mind perhaps who might make it onto your own top 10 list, if you like, of the most serious diseases parasites, etc. Now, this is my list. I know that for many of us watching here, we're passionate about sports. We love football and cricket. I have to mention cricket for those of us listening in from India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And of course, this is like a league table. We're going to have parasites and diseases moving up and down that league table from season to season. So this is my current ranking. Of course, it might change next season, but this is where I think things are at the moment. Okay, so we're going to dive straight in. And straight in at number 10 for me, I'm going to say that I think it's going to be skin flukes and gill flukes. Now, these are quite difficult to calculate. And what we're talking about here, and as you see, hopefully a lovely set of images wriggling away on screen. The top one is showing you Gyrodactylus. You can see the arrow here is pointing to the top. You can see that this is a colorless fluke. Over here, we have a gill fluke, and it's pointing to this video, which I'm hoping is playing at the bottom. And just to give you a few features, skin flukes, Gyrodactylus, we tend to see on the skin, and gills, this is an epidermal grazer, whereas Dactylogyrus and some of the other gill flukes, these tend to be feeding on blood on the gills. And by virtue of their different feeding, those on the gills tend to be black because they have this hematin inside their gut, or they have very dark vitellaria. Gyrodactylus, you can see over here, pretty colorless. Just to point out a couple of other things, Gyrodactylus is very weird because it has a mother and a daughter and a granddaughter inside it, whereas these gill flukes are very different. They are laying eggs to produce the next generation. A couple of other things to point out. Dactylogyrus, gill flukes, they have eye spots. Gyrodactylus doesn't. And of course, another thing that we can do to separate one species from another is to look at the shape of the hooks and the configuration. That's key to identifying one species from another. Now, it's very difficult to put an estimated loss on these because quite frequently they're not reported. They often impact quite heavily on young fish, but also animals which are held in ponds for long periods of time. We see infections building up. Okay, I'm going to jump straight to number 9 as we move towards our countdown. And for me, I've put in Edwardsiella ictaluri. Now, this is sometimes known as enteric septicemia of catfish or hole in the head disease. And hopefully you can see on screen here, we've got some pretty nasty damage, which is caused by this bacteria. It's a gram-negative. And for those of you that are not bacteriologists, gram-negative bacteria often cause a lot of problems. They are quite often quite resistant to antibiotics. They often cause lots of problems, can resist quite a few disinfectants and things like this. So what you can see here, take a closer look at one of these catfish. You can see that with this septicemia, we also get these what's called petechial hemorrhages. These are like little pinprick hemorrhages on the head here as well. If we just look at a couple of other examples, another good example of Edwardsiella ictaluri is BNP, or Bacillary necrosis of Pangasius, or Pangasiodon, as it's now known here. And this can affect all ages of fish, but we see particularly high mortalities in fingerlings and in juvenile fish. And what you're looking for as you look inside, for example, the internal organs here, you can see lots of bacterial white spots across the liver, across the kidney, and across the spleen here. We tend to see peak infections during the rainy season when temperatures begin to drop, and we can have very high levels of mortality. Unfortunately, because we've had a lot of careless use through antimicrobial resistance, and you're going to hear this quite a lot in the days, weeks, months, years ahead, lots of people are worried about antimicrobial resistance, and really this is one disease that we need some vaccines for, and there are vaccines being developed. In terms of annual losses, I'm going to say around $30 million lost each year due to Edwardsiella. Jumping into number 8, I want to throw in Saprolegnia. I think that these freshwater molds, or mycetes, as they're called, I think are responsible for quite high rates of loss. And again, these are probably underappreciated. I'm sorry I'm not showing you a lovely fish from Asia, but this was a picture I took when I used to live in Scotland. I'm now living in Thailand, but this is just a nice brown trout. And this image here shows very nicely these very big fungal plaques. You can see some of the fungal hyphae in the background here. This is how it looks if you were to try and identify different parts of it underneath the microscope. In terms of annual losses, I've been very conservative here and said, again, around 30 million US dollars lost each year. But I think it's probably much higher than that, as again, because we don't really take account of these sorts of losses. Where do we see impacts? We see impacts not only in the hatchery, where we see, for example, fungal infection spreading through eggs very, very quickly. You also see it on young fish, which may have been damaged by other pathogens. For example, as we see parasites or bacteria, they create wounds on these fish. They then allow, for example, some of these fungal pathogens to get in. You can see this lovely fungal growth in the background. And what's killing these fish is because as we get this fungal growth growing throughout the tissues, throughout the body, it's causing what's called hemodilution. So we're getting dilution of the blood. And of course, as we get those lesions, we're also going to get lots of fluids flowing out. It's going to be very difficult for the animal to maintain its osmotic balance. And unfortunately, we often see death as an outcome from fungal infections. No vaccines, chemotherapy, very difficult. Quite often we see a stop in water exchanges or adding salt or lime to try and control, just to try and clean up the external surface of these fish. Another really important, shall I say, fungal parasite that we should think about is EUS, or epizootic ulcerative syndrome. Again, if you were to pull little pieces off of the fungus, look at it under the microscope, if you see something like this, or if you're looking into the tissues and you see granulomas, hopefully you can see these granulomas in this tissue section here, this might be indicative of EUS, which has been responsible in the past for some huge losses of fish. Okay, jumping down to number 7 on the countdown, I now want to talk about Flavobacterium columnare, another very important bacteria. And as you look at these plaques here, or these infections and lesions on the fish, one important characteristic I want you to look for is the formation of this saddle. You can see this saddle forming on these fish here, and this is very characteristic of what we see with Flavobacterium. Again, I've put losses at around 30 million. Again, you might move these up and down. They might move up and down from year to year. Now, Flavobacterium is also known as Flexibacter columnaris. That's its old name. Again, it's a gram-negative. We now know that gram-negative are problematic bacteria. When we look at it in wet mounts, we kind of see this kind of rhizoid, haystack-like formation. This is very characteristic. We can grow it in the lab on Cytophaga agar. We can see that it produces these nice yellow colonies, and it can also grow in the presence of certain antibiotics. If we actually look at the fish, you saw just in that previous slide, we might see yellow-brown lesions on the skin or on the gills. We might see pale regions developing. We might see fin erosion. That appearance of that saddle is very characteristic. And of course, we might then see lots of damage to the gills. We might see parts, for example, of the mouth affected. And of course, we can get very acute outbreaks resulting in loss of fish. Jumping on down to number 6, this is one of my favorites. We're looking at Trichodina. And again, I think this is a protozoan ciliated parasite that's probably underappreciated, because we do see lots of losses, for example, in the hatchery. Now, just looking at, if you do a skin scrape like this, you will find Trichodina. They're absolutely everywhere. If you find just 1 or 2 like this at ×4 on your microscope, please note them, just monitor them. There's perhaps no immediate panic, no immediate action taken, but just be aware that they're there and just continue to monitor them on your fish. If, however, oops, I'm just jumped one too far. If you, for example, start to see a slight increase, and let's play that video again, you start to see an increase in the number of Trichodina, and you might start to see, for example, 2 to 10 Trichodina per field of view. This is telling you that you need to address water quality, sort out your feed, your waste management, try and reduce your stocking density. Again, if you can do those first, don't start reaching for the chemicals, but try and improve the culturing conditions first of all, before you start thinking about more drastic treatments. Of course, if you do start to see super high levels like this, and really this is an incredibly high infection burden here, and this is because we have very high organic loading of the water. These Trichodina love to live on this lovely, rich organic soup. And this is telling us, again, stocking density is too high. We need to make sure we increase our water exchange, look at water quality, feed and waste management. And really on this kind of situation, we should start to think about perhaps using salt at low levels to try and remove these trichodyna, or even formalin. But we do need to take careful note of the condition of the gills before we start to reach for chemicals like formalin, which is now being unfavored. We're beginning to remove formalin from our battery of treatments. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead because time is so short today, and now I want to jump in at number 5. Now I've put number 5 slightly ahead of trichodyna. We're looking at white spot, or ick, or Ichthyotherius multifilius, or itch as you might know it. And for example, you can see it moving in this top video here. It's a ciliate, again covered with cilia. You might see a big horseshoe-shaped nucleus like this appearing, moving in and out of focus. It's quite large, up to 1 millimeter in diameter. You can clearly see it's on the gills here. And the reason this is so hard to treat is because it's underneath the epithelium. And what kills the fish is this very large parasite popping out of the skin, creating huge amounts of damage. So you can imagine if we have lots of these large 1 millimeter sized parasites popping out of the gills, it's like a golf ball coming out of your lungs. You might be able to sustain 1 or 2 of those, but if you have a large number of these coming out of your gills, out of your lungs, it's going to kill you. So this is why I've put it in at number 5, and I think it probably accounts for around 5% loss of all freshwater species worldwide. I know the focus today is on Asia, but I've put losses at around 140 million. Jumping into number 4, this is another important, very nasty bacteria, Aeromonas hydrophila. Again, gram-negative. We know that these are bad news. This can produce a very nasty toxin, which can result in fish mortalities very, very, very quickly. We found it in both fresh and in brackish water. It is resistant to many antibiotics, which makes it particularly difficult to control. In terms of annual losses worldwide, I've put it in around 732 million each year. And just to show you how it looks, yes, this is a video playing at the bottom here, but you can see the fish are not moving very much at all. You can see that within just a few hours, just within 14 hours of doing a bacterial challenge in our lab, you can see we get these huge pigmentation changes in the fish. You can see that the fish are not happy. They're just sitting at the bottom. They're not moving very much. And unfortunately, we started to see mortalities appearing very quickly after this. In more pronounced infections, you might see huge lesions like this. So again, be very aware if you start to see something like this. Okay, jumping down to number 3. Number 3, Streptococcus. This must have been on your list somewhere for those of you that work in health. And when you think about Streptococcus, this is the kind of thing that we typically see. We might see, for example, big pop eyes like this, or exophthalmia with various corneal opacities. We might see, for example, swollen bellies, which is full of a really stinky fluid. We might see certain lesions on the skin. We might see abscesses under the jaw. And of course, the most key site of finding a Streptococcus infection, of course, is inside the brain. And just before we jump to the next slide, annual losses are probably in the region of around 810 million lost each year. So just to show you a couple of videos, hopefully you can see, unfortunately, a poor little fish here that's infected with Streptococcus. And because this does infect the brain, of course, it's going to impact on the nervous or this normal swimming behavior of the fish, which is why it's got this very unusual spiraling swimming behavior. The video that's playing just to the right there, you can see this is my colleague. This is one of the vets showing how you sample the brain. So what he's done, he's made a V-shaped cut into the top of the fish. He's not touching the brain, but what he's going to do is he's just first of all just going to expose the brain without touching it. And then in a few seconds, just loosening the tissue there. And what he's going to do now, he's going to take a plate. So he's either going to take a TSA or perhaps a blood agar plate. He's going to go in with a sterile loop, first of all, making sure he doesn't touch any other part of the fish. He's sampling the brain there. And what he's going to do now, he's going to streak this out onto the agar plate. And you can see him now just streaking it onto the plate. And then in a few seconds, what he's going to do is he's going to take another sterile loop and he's going to spread that out, because what we want to do is we want to have nice individual colonies, because these colonies, perhaps the shape or even the biochemical properties of these are going to help us identify whether we have Streptococcus or not. We often use blood agar, and you can see blood agar at the bottom here. We've got two different types. And what this is saying is if we have strep A, Strepta agalactiae 1A, 3, or Streptococcus ineae, we get this hemolytic response. You can see it's digested the blood on these blood agar, whereas Streptococcus agalactiae 1B does not. So they saw a nice, beautiful streaking of the plates there. I only have just a couple of minutes left, and I know I'm going to be stopped in a minute. So I want to go into number 2. And for most people in aquaculture, I would say that probably Argillus was also on your list there as well. So you can see a couple of videos playing at the top here. These dark spots are the eyes. These large round structures here, these are actually the suckers. You can see it's a very powerful swimmer. This is a parasite that moves on and off its host to take a blood feed. And for those of you about the movie Alien, we have a nice poison stylet which it uses to inject proteolytic enzymes and then sucks up the soup. And then we've got a nice mouth tube which it also uses to feed there. It causes lots and lots of damage on its host. Now just look how big the impact is between number 3, which was 832 million, to 6.4 billion. This is a super high impact on the aquaculture industry. And the reason that this is so high, I don't know if you can see it just at the top here, this is because Argillus in India takes out around 19.6% of the cyprinid industry. So the way that we're trying to look at how we can control this now is not to use chemicals, but to try and use non-chemical approaches. And what we're doing now is we're putting plastic pipes into ponds, we're putting bamboo splits. Speak to Jarul if you're interested about this, because Jarul's also been exploring these kind of things here. And you can see here, we've got an adult female here. These are all egg strings that are being laid on the pipes. And what we do is we have half the pipe below water, half exposed to air. And then every few days, we just turn this pipe over, and then the eggs which are exposed to the air dry in the sun, and then all the eggs are killed. Right, we're going to move on to number 1. What do you think is number 1? Okay, very, very contentious. I think that it's zoonotic trematodes. And what you're looking at here, this is a video playing here, and we're actually looking at a snail. This is actually an intestinal fluke. You can see here some of the cysts inside the skin. And as the video plays, we're actually looking at the release of one of the stages of these digenians. So what we do is we have the adult inside a bird or a fish. These produce eggs. These eggs get eaten by the snails. And then inside the snail, this is producing lots and lots of these cercaria. Can you see here? And then what these are going to do, they're going to infect then a second host. This fish is then going to get eaten, and the parasite is going to develop into the next stage. And then finally, in its final host, it's going to develop into the adult and start producing eggs once again. Just to show you how amazing some of these cercaria are, this is the typical cercaria, forked tail. This is the head end here. If we take a closer look, you can see that some species are covered with spines that help them drive their way into the tissue as they bore into the fish, into their intermediate host. In terms of annual losses, I'm going to disappoint you here. I'm not going to put a figure on this. And the reason it's difficult to estimate is because we see huge amounts of infections. We know that there are over 6,000 species, of which 4,000 species are known from aquatic hosts. We see a very, very large number of these, over 200 species infecting humans. And of course, trying to estimate those losses due to these kinds of parasites is really very difficult. Why is it so important? Because in many parts of Asia, we love to eat raw or slightly cooked, undercooked fish. And if we do that, then we're exposing ourselves to infection. Over 18 million people infected. And of course, if you put the medical costs on this, it's huge. So what do we try and control this? Well, we try and remove grass and vegetation from around our ponds. We try and keep snails out. And if we can do that, and if we can try and break the life cycle, hopefully we can try and control some of these infections. And with that, I'm just going to say once again, a huge thank you to the Aqua Show Committee. It's a real pleasure to join you here today and to speak. And my apologies to all the lovely beasties, all those lovely diseases that I didn't get a chance to mention. Back to you, Dr. Basfaraju. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy, for your very colorful presentations and highlighting the 10 major diseases for freshwater fishes with their clinical signs and also the huge losses they can lose to the aquaculture industry. Thank you very much. Now we're coming to the last speaker of the session. We are already about 15 minutes behind. Our last speaker of the session is Dr. Muhammad Matiur Rahman. He's a professor in the Department of Fisheries Biology and Genetics in Bangladesh Agriculture University, Mymensingh. Dr. Rahman is graduated from the Faculty of Fisheries BAU and pursued his doctorate in from the Graduate School of Fisheries Science at Kyoto University, Japan. He has published more than 25 research articles in some reputed national and international journals. His research interests are focuses on the marine microalgae, biotechnology, polysaccharide degrading, marine gastropods, development of breeding and larval ray techniques for televious fishes, and cryopreservation. Over to Dr. Matiur Rahman for his presentation. Matiur Rahman, please.
Thank you, Professor Basavaraju, for introducing me among the participants. So it's my immense pleasure, absolute pleasure to join in this virtual knowledge conclave. So today I will try to talk about the broodstock management in the hatcheries in Bangladesh and the seed quality. So actually, Professor Basavaraju also talked about the broodstock management and seed quality in India. So Bangladesh and India is more or less similar about the species diversity, aquaculture, and other things. So I think some of my talk will be overlap with Basavaraju. So I will try my best to do something new. So I want to show my slides.
Slides, please. Mr. Shiva's slides, please. Dr. Matiur Rahman's slides.
My slides, please.
Dr. Rahman, should I do it for you?
Dr. Rahman, should Shiva show the slides or would you want to show your slides?
So Shiva can.
Want to show your slides?
Okay, Shiva, please.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. So you know, Bangladesh has third largest fish genetic resources in Asia, behind China and India, with 296 freshwater brackish water species and 511 marine species. So the huge biodiversity of the species, the aquaculture of Bangladesh is very rich. So you can see in the slide that in the right side, we can see that there is a graph showing that before 1978, actually in 1988, for the aquaculture, the seeds, all the seeds were from natural sources. And after that, the degradation of the habitat of the natural sources. So the hatcheries are established and the hatcheries are producing the seeds. And by the same time, the many species, the endemic Indian major and minor carps, catfishes and perch, and some exotic carps, also the induced breeding and fry rearing technique and their culture techniques have been developed. And therefore, here you can see that at present in 2018 to 2019, the total fish production of Bangladesh is about 43.84 lakh metric ton. And in below, you can see that in 1983 and 84, the capture fisheries. So we can divide our fisheries into three parts, like the inland capture and inland culture and marine fisheries. And in 1983-84, so we can see that the capture fisheries is about 56 points. So can you see the, I cannot see my slides full. So, okay. So, and after 35 years in 2018-19, we can see that the culture fisheries increased to 3.5 times. So actually, this is a huge achievement, I think, for the country. And according to the FAO, the inland capture fishery is in 3rd position, and the culture is in 5th position. So next please. So, and by the same time, we can see that the government and private hatcheries are increasing, and there are some 8 divisions in Bangladesh. So you can see that how this is the government hatchery is the smallest bar in the left side, and the right side we can see the private hatcheries. So the private hatcheries are increasing. So and increased, and we can see that there are 4 divisions, and this is in Mymensingh and Rajshahi and Chittagong and Rangpur division. The number of hatcheries, of private hatcheries, are significantly higher than other districts. And we can see that we have the sources of the hatcheries seeds in 3 sources categories, like natural source, private, and government hatcheries. So you can see that from 6 rivers, this is the amount of the quality produced seeds, and this contribution is 0.37%. And the contribution of the private hatcheries is 97.60%, and the government hatcheries contribution is only 2.03%. So from this table, you can see that how many private hatcheries are contributing for the production of seeds and in the aquaculture of Bangladesh. So next, please. As the private hatcheries number of private hatcheries are increasing, and therefore the quality of seeds has deteriorated due to inbreeding, hybridization, and negative selection, improper broodstock management, such as small number of broods, breeding of same broods several times. And as a result, so we can showing the culture in slow and low growth, high mortality, deformities, and disease susceptibility, less fecundity, poor breeding performances, and so on. So in order to stop the further genetic deterioration and at the same time to improve the quality of seeds, there are several institutes and government sectors. They have taken the initiatives, like the Department of Fisheries and the Bangladesh Fisheries Research Institute, Bangladesh Agriculture University, some international organizations like World Fish, NGOs, for example, BRAC. They have taken some initiatives. That is Brood Bank Establishment Project and Brood Bank Improvement Program, distribution of broods to government and private hatcheries, and some other initiatives they have taken. So now I will show you the institution-wise what are their initiatives they taken. So first, if I discuss about the Department of Fisheries, so the first initiative was taken by the Department of Fisheries. They started the Brood Bank Establishment Project in 2002-2003, first time in Bangladesh. So in the right side in the map of Bangladesh, you can see there the red spots. These are the hatcheries, brood banks. They established 12 brood banks in the government fish seed multiplication farms in 6 divisions. And the target were the 110 tons broods and 1,800 kg spawn and 0.5 million fingerlings. They are their target. And the source of the broods were the 3 major rivers, which are the natural breeding grounds of Bangladesh. So these are the Padda, the Jamuna, and the Halda. These are the Halda is the very famous river in Bangladesh for the collection of broods, and the collection of fertilized eggs from the Halda river for Indian mesocarps. And what was their achievement? They produced 85 tons of broods and sold and distributed to different public and private hatcheries at the time. And what was their strategy? How they did the work? There was a monitoring and evaluation sale from the dove, and they fertilized eggs and spawns collected from the wild and they transferred to the stations, and their intensive rearing and breeding. Then the morphology and genetic test they did, and growth and comparison following standard system, and broods developed after 23 years, 2 to 3 years of rearing, and the seeds were developed and produced, and the faster growth seeds were they supplied to the different hatcheries, public and private hatcheries, and they produced the broods. So next slide, please. So here I will talk about the initiatives taken by the Bangladesh Fisheries Research Institute, BFRI. So they use some genetic techniques for the stock improvement. For example, the crossbreeding between wild stock, and they following this program, they produce the Ruhu, Katla, Silver, Bark, and Koi, and they also tried for selective breeding in 4 species, and they improved the strains of Ruhu, Silver, BFRI, gift tilapia, and Koi. And they blend the hybridization and crossbreed to desirable species, endemic versus exotic species, catfish, and Thai versus local koi. And they produce the fish stocks improvement through the genetic selection, BFRI Rajput, and this Rajputi was 32 to 36% higher growth rate than the normal breed. And they produce the BFRI gift tilapia. This was also 35 to 40% higher growth rate than the normal breed. And they've also produced the BFRI, which is also 50 to 20% higher growth rate than the normal breeds. And recently, they released in 2021, they released on the eve of our on the occasion of our 50 years of independence celebration, the BFRI released the BFRI Suborno Rui, another Rui species, which is also very fast growth. So next slide, please. So this is a technology, common technology or common procedure. So what the BFRI used, number one, for the quality seed production. This is the mass selection protocol. They use the wilder improved germ kernel, then selection. I will very quickly, I will just this selection of 1500 to 2000 fingerlings based on the base growth performance. Then they improved nursery management, and they reared at grow-out ponds, and then they selected 20% of fish as a brood fish stock through mass selection protocol. Then they selected 1500 to 2000 fingerlings based on base growth performance, and they're rearing at brood pond at the rate of 2,500 per hectare up to maturity level for breeding, and use the brood for quality seed production. This is the protocol. So next slide, please. They also use the family selection. So you all know about the family selection. Here, the pair of mating to produce at least 50 families to improve stocks, and they separate the nursing in 50 hoppas, and they reared in 3 stages: primary, secondary, and tertiary stages. And they take the fish 20 to 40 gram size and 30 to 40 fingerlings from the 40 to 50 families, a total of 2,000 fish they selected, and the communal growth testing of tagged fish 2,000 in earthen ponds, and they recorded the tag and sex and weight of fish, estimation of breeding. They estimated the breeding, and further selection using best selection procedure, and these fishes were used for the breeding. So next slide. So initiative. So initiatives by the World Fish. In recently, the World Fish researchers developed a genetically improved rohu variety with up to 30% faster growth potential. And they started a project 5 years back in 2012, but it took 8 years to complete the research. And their study area were 21 southwestern districts and 2 districts in the southeast affected by the Rohingya situation. And the source of the broods are also the Jamuna and Halda, and their breeding program followed. They also use the selective breeding for the improvement of this rohu fish. And their field trial already started in the Joshua and the study area. So next slide, please. So initiatives by my university, Bangladesh Agriculture University, BAU. So recently we have started a project with the funding of USAID Feed the Future Fish Innovation Lab project. And We are working in this project with the collaboration of Louisiana State University. And the title of the project is the cryogenic sperm banking of Indian mesocarps, Kapla, Levuruhita, Mrigala, and exotic carps, hypophthalmic silver carp, big-head carp, and grass carp for commercial seed production and brood banking. So you know the problem of quality brood development is number one is the natural source, and number two is the facilities of the hatcheries. Most of the hatcheries don't have the huge facilities like the pond facilities to develop the broods and to do the breeding program. This is a problem. So we are thinking about the cryopreservation of the sperms, and in the southern and southeastern part of Bangladesh, the culture potential of is not so high. And we started this project in this region, and this is we can see some photographs. Me and my PI visited the hatcheries, and here you can see something that this is a cryo chamber. And this is the sample in cryocan, and the cryocan filled with liquid nitrogen. So we have started the work, and we are doing this. So next slide, please. So this is a work plan, what we are doing. So we are doing the live brood bank development of Indian mesocarps and exotic carps. So we want to tell you that the sources of the Indian mesocarps are from Halda and Jamuna. And the exotic carps, the sources of the exotic carps is recently in 2019, the Dove newly imported three pure strain of three exotic carps, silver carp, big-head carp, and grass carp. So we requested Dove, and they gave us the pure strain of the newly imported stock. And this is our mother stock for the live brood bank development. And then the cryopreservation of sperm and establishment of cryogenic sperm bank of Indian mesocarps. And so we are doing this one. And then we will establish the regional sperm bank of Indian mesocarps and exotic carps. Then we will produce seeds of both carps using cryopreserved sperm in 22 hatcheries in the western, southern, southwestern areas. And then brood will be produced. And then training, we will do training and domestication of seed production technology, and these seeds will be distributed from the 22 seed producing hatcheries to 24 technology adoption hatcheries for brood production. And this technology will be dissemination of technology to the end users through seed producing and technology adoption technology. So this is our work plan, how this cryopreservation technique will be disseminated in the study area. So actually, the farmers are very much interested about this technique, and we think that through this project we can develop the quality of the broods of that region, and the hatchery production will be increased. So another thing, we are doing some research about the broodstock management of catfish and perches. So in our department laboratory, we did some research work about the supplementation of some bioactive compounds and some lipids and some bioactive compounds with during the formulation of feeds. And we use the polyunsaturated fatty acid from the squid, and we also use the immunostimulant as a beta glucan from the mushroom. So these are our photographs from our experiment. So we found some good result about the gonadal maturation, egg quality, fecundity, fertilization, hatching success rate, enhanced spawning, and better quality of offspring. And using the beta glucan, the biofunctional compounds such as POFAs and beta glucans have a great influence on the maturation, immune health status, and the reproductive performance of the fishes. We did this research about some species like Rui, Pabda, Gulsha, Corycia fasciatus, and Nandas. So we found some good result from this research. So next slide, please. So protocol for broodstock development from natural sources. What is that? So very briefly, I want to explain this thing. So broodstock should be from the wild stock, and where we will in Bangladesh, the main source of the natural source of the broodstock is the Meghna, Jamuna, and Halda River. And we collected the fertilized eggs, spawn, and fingerlings from these places. And then the broods or fry are they are used as a future food. So two things I want to tell that Napoleon said, give me a good mother, I will give you a good nation. This is very important for the broodstock development. And if you have a good quality of broods, so we can produce the quality seeds. This is not the final statement. So another thing, our national prophet Nazrul Islam, Qazi Nazrul Islam said, it is not the origin, but the deeds that are important. If we have the good quality broods, and if we cannot utilize properly with the scientific, following the scientific techniques, it will be not work well. So these two things is very important for the development of the broods. So where is the source of the brood, and how you are using these broods, what breeding program you are doing, how you manage these things, how you are manipulating these broods. So this is very important. And this is other things I want to tell you that for the hatcheries in Bangladesh, there are some technical consideration for the development of broods or the maintaining the quality of the broods. Number one is the rotation of the species. This is very important for a hatchery. So every after 3 or 4 years, the hatcheries should be, they should shift the species and according to the demand and many other purposes. So I think I don't need to explain well. And another important is the species. So species diversity is very important. If the hatchery has few species, more than several species, and they can run the hatcheries for the whole year round. So like Indian mesocarps, catfishes, exotic species, and perches. So they can run the hatcheries for the whole year. And another important is the age of the brood fish. So in Bangladesh, the successful hatcheries, so they all time maintain and the different age group of fishes. So every year they replace 20 to 30% of broods to their brood stock. So this is very important for the hatcheries. So, and another important source of the brood, selection of broods. So Dr. Basavaraju said about details about the selection of broods. And another important is handling and transportation. So after collection, this is very important. And the rearing of the broods and the pond size and depth, stocking density is also important. The water quality, the most important thing, and the tranquility of the brood ponds. Actually, where we are rearing the broods, this place should be very calm and quiet, and this is very important. And the broodstock size is also very important. And the most important thing is the broodstock nutrition. Like we should formulate the balanced diet, keeping the proteins, lipids, vitamins, and minerals. And we can also add some feed additives like beta-glucan, amino acids, exogenous enzymes, seaweed, polysaccharide, bioactive compounds from marine algae. So we can incorporate this kind of things to the feed, and we can get the good quality broods. So in our country, we are for the small indigenous species like carps, like catfishes and perches. We are focusing on the development of some species-specific feeds for the as an immunostimulant and especially for the brood fish. And this immunity will be transferred to the offspring. So this is another important thing, how we can produce the quality seeds from the quality broods. This is very important. Next slide, please. And here you can see the schematic model for dissemination of improved fish breeds. So this is very important for a country, how the improved brood fish is disseminated. Here, the breeding nucleus we should maintain, and here the individual and family selection and testing will be done. Then from here, the improved breeds and seeds will be produced. From improved breeds and seeds, there are two stations, like one multiplier stations and another one is satellite station. In multiplier station, large scale seeds production and distribution will be done. And in satellite station, also large scale production of improved seeds. From these two stations, improved breeds or seeds will be produced from the satellite stations will be moved to the multiply station, and from multiply station the larvae and fry will be given to the fingerling producers, and these fingerling producers will produce the fingerlings with maintaining all the scientific techniques, and then the grower producers and they will give the fingerling to the grower producers, commercial scale farmers. So this is the model for the dissemination. So last slide is the recommendation for improvement of quality of fish seeds. Live brood bank and cryogenic sperm bank need to be established. And genetic resources bank should be maintained at DOF with the involvement of BFRI, BAU, and where from improved germplasms will be supplied to selected public and private hatcheries. And the fry and fingerlings receive very poor attention. This is very important. So we know this is a very important thing. Necessary steps should be taken to establish nurseries within the government and private hatcheries. What the Bangladesh government is now thinking, and they are establishing new nurseries in the government and hatcheries. And proper attempts should be taken to formulate quality feeds. The very important thing, with the supplementation of various biofunctional compounds that may boost up growth, gonadal development, and immune response to broods and seeds. And the most important thing is registration and seed certification. Previously, I show you that there are 1,000 to around 1,000 private hatcheries in Bangladesh, but this is not, these are only the official. They are official, but there are many more hatcheries. So this is very important, the registration. These are only registered. So registration and seed certification of the system for controlling seed quality in hatcheries and nurseries should be implemented and monitored strictly. This is very important. Since broods and millions of fries of different fish species are coming from other countries without any check, so proper quarantine system should be set up to control possible biodiversity and disease state. So thank you very much for my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hamal, for an excellent presentation on the status of broodstock management and the genetic improvement and the fish status in the country. We have come to, thank you very much. We have come to the end of the session. I think already we have into the 20-25 minutes late, but I have only one question from the, there is one question to Dr. Murthy, if he is there. Dr. Murthy?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Tell me.
Okay, there is one question for you. Importance of indigenous ornamental species. This was not touched upon, and then the policy issues. So that's what there's one question on this.
Yes, we have not deliberately we have avoided, because there are a lot of issues related to aquarium that has to be tackled separately, because one is the biodiversity aspect, second is that the commercialization approach. So we have concentrated only on the commercial fish species and the farmers involved with the aquaculture aspects. So that part we do agree that that part has been not taken into account. Maybe next time when we prepare a document to submit to Government of India, we may include some points from that field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have to come to the end of this keynote session. I'm sorry, we have almost overstepped by another 20 minutes. To sum up, just sum up in just 3 sentences. There were 5 presentations on different aspects, looking into the fitting into the theme on diversification, system diversification, then broodstock management, quality seed production, what are the issues issued, then on the health issues, especially Dr. Andy presented how much these diseases can really cause huge economic losses, and similarly on the broodstock management. So with this, I'll sum up this keynote session and thanks the organizers for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. Thank you very much.
There are a number of reasons why U.S. soy consistently ranks at the top of the list in the global marketplace. There's the excellent nutritive quality of the plant, the overall economic value, and the robust logistical infrastructure for consistent transportation. But perhaps an important quality that U.S. soy has is the commitment to sustainability in the way that it's grown. Sustainable farming practices are foundational to the growth and production of U.S. soy. The production area for crops like soybeans in the United States has been stable for over 50 years, with forest land in the US increasing, while cropland has actually decreased over that same amount of time. Now, you might be asking, how is that possible? Simple. US soy farmers are committed to finding ways to do more with less. Let's start on the farm. There are a number of sustainable farming practices that are done in the field every day. No-till farming, grass filter strips, cover crops, and crop rotation. The US has programs in place to help soy farmers engage in practices to manage water, preserve wildlife habitats, and help improve biodiversity. And modern tools like moisture sensors, smart irrigation, autonomous and GPS-enabled tractors, drones, and satellite imagery all help US soy farmers produce a reliable harvest while reducing their use of natural resources. These measures create a big impact and lead to sustainable results such as reduced fuel use, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, less soil compaction, and less soil and water runoff. In fact, based on the environmental impact and benchmarks starting in 2000, US soy has established yield and sustainability goals for the next 5 years. By 2025, US soybean producers aim to reduce land use impact by 10%, reduce soil erosion an additional 25%, increase energy use efficiency by 10%, and reduce total greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. And this commitment doesn't stop on the farm. Sustainability is a focus from the beginning to the end of the soybean value chain. The United States created the U.S. Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol, SSAP, which is a certified aggregate approach audited by third parties that verifies sustainable soybean production at a national scale. SSAP outlines and measures 4 directives related to sustainability: biodiversity, sustainable production practices, public and labor health, and continuous improvement of practices. And last year, U.S. soybean farmers began a project to map strategic objectives directly tied to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals that aim to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. And U.S. soybean farmers are developing a roadmap to help move the needle in a measurable way. There is no doubting U.S. soy's commitment to sustainability, for now and for the future. Need more proof? The United States Soybean Export Council recently engaged Blanc Consultants to help answer the question, what is the environmental footprint of U.S. soy compared to other soy sourcing countries? Blanc compared 1 kilogram of soybeans, 1 kilogram of soybean meal crushed at market, and 1 kilogram crushed in the country of origin using a life cycle assessment. Looking at things like cultivation, land use change, transportation, and processing, the impact of soy on the carbon footprint of poultry production was lower with U.S. soybean meal. The facts are in, and they are indisputable. Through sustainable farming and constant innovation, U.S. soy contributes to a healthier planet. When you dare to compare U.S. soy to soy grown in any other region of the world, you will see that U.S. soy provides the sustainability solutions that global consumers and investors are demanding, and adds no extra cost for its verified sustainability. Verified sustainable U.S. soy is the highest quality and best economic choice, offering excellent value every time. To learn more about U.S. soy's sustainability efforts, reach out to your U.S. soy representative today.
Thank you, Dr. Basavaraju, for that wonderful session and your moderation. I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Yuvraj Yadav, Director, Bay of Bengal Program, Intergovernmental Organization, to moderate the roundtable discussion on Industry 4.0, the road towards progress. Dr. Yadav heads the Bay of Bengal Program, Intergovernmental Organization. Beginning his career in 1976 as fisheries scientist with ICAR, Central Indian Fisheries Research Institute in 1993, he moved on to the Northeastern Council as Advisor Fisheries for the eight Northeastern states, and in 1994 took over as the Fisheries Development Commissioner to the Government of India. In August 2000, Dr. Yadav joined the Bay of Bengal Program, then a field project of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and in April 2003 converted BOPP into an intergovernmental organization. The BOPP IGO. During February 1997 to April 2000 and later 2001 to November 2007, Dr. Yadav also served as member secretary of the former Agriculture Authority set up under the orders of the Supreme Court, and later as member secretary of the Coastal Aquaculture Authority set up under the Coastal Aquaculture Authorities Act 2005. He worked in these two key assignments concurrent with his other positions. Dr. Yadav's developmental works in aquaculture include the promotion of small-scale aquaculture that led to the country's first aquaplosion in the late 70s, and development of coastal agriculture, including the revival of shrimp farming after the Apex Court's verdict, and later by introducing the Pacific white-leg shrimp into the country in 2005 on a pilot basis. During 1999-2000, Dr. Yadav played a key role in setting up of the COFI subcommittee on aquaculture of the FAO-UN, a global body that looks into aquaculture issues and its developmental needs. A prolific writer and photographer, Dr. Yadav has about 150 published works and 50,000 quality pictures on fisheries and aquaculture from different parts of the world in his archives. Over to you, Dr. Yadav.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible with my bad throat.
Yes, you're audible. Please carry
on. First of all, let me thank you and others in the Indian Poultry Review and Poultry Jagat for inviting me to moderate this session. This roundtable discussion will be taking up Industry 4.0, a road towards progress. Sanjay, before I begin, I find that this show is entirely male dominated. I don't see any ladies in the panel of speakers. So I think, to me, it looks to be gender imbalanced program.
Point taken, sir. We shall keep this in mind for future. Diversity, again, diversity is important. So point well taken. Thank you for that.
Gentlemen, as I said, so I'm refraining from using the word ladies, Gentlemen, the topic given to me is Industry 4, a road towards progress. Let me first set out the rules of the game. We have 5 speakers in this roundtable. I'm given 5 minutes to make the introductory points. Each speaker gets 3 minutes. That is 15 minutes. Then I close with my comments for 3 minutes. And then we have about 20-25 minutes for question answers. Am I right, Mr. Mukherjee?
Absolutely, sir.
I won't take much time, but I would simply, discuss in brief what is this Industry 4.0. I was reading Wikipedia, and I would like to just read what Wikipedia says about the 4th Industrial Revolution, 4IR, or Industry 4.0. It says, it is the ongoing automation of traditional manufacturing and industrial practices using modern smart technology, large-scale machine-to-machine communication, which is M2M, and the Internet of Things, IoT, are integrated for increased automation, improved communication, and self-monitoring, and production of smart machines that can analyze and diagnose issues without the need for human intervention. So this is what Wikipedia defines the 4th Industrial Revolution. Now, without much ado, I would start inviting the 5 speakers one by one. The first speaker in my list is Dipankar Haldar. Dipankar's love for fish and deep interest in value chain is the driving force behind Jalongi.com. He comes with 25 years of experience in retail, consumer packaged goods, and consumer technology. Earlier business head for digital vertical at Walmart JV in India, founding CEO at Wadhavan Retail. He built and consolidated a chain of 70 stores under the brand name Spinach, Sabka Bazaar, Smart Retail, and Sangam Direct. He holds a PG diploma in management and marketing and business policy from IIM Ahmedabad and a B in civil engineering. Dipankar, it's to you now. Please begin. And I would request, kindly keep the time limit of 3 minutes, which Mr. Mukherjee has given to me.
All right.
Mr.
So,
Dipankar.
yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjay, for the invitation, and thank you all the other panelists for, letting me, be part of, such an eminent, specialist and experts. So I don't have a presentation, so I'll just take I'll kind of just share my experience of building this company for the last 3 years. And as Sanjay has requested, or he kind of suggested, is that the focus would be on kind of digital marketing and communication. What do you need to do? So I came from a large organization. I had built a kind of these easy day stores with Walmart. So no limits on budgets. And there are a lot of specialists which are available, at that point in time. And then from there, I came and, set up a business, which has got all the limitations, right? So, and as it happens, like, when you start any new venture, you will get like a lot of experts, and they will come and tell you that, this is how you should advertise, you should do, all the media specialists were coming to me, and they're giving their advice. I kept on trying various things, and finally, what the realization is that it's not about, it's not about digital. Today, I just checked this before this presentation, that how much of screen time I have spent today so far in the middle of the day. It was 3 hours. Actually, 3 hours I have watched my mobile. So, which is including my Facebook or WhatsApp, or even taking photos. So the life today of most of the people, and I was looking at yesterday's and last few days my media consumption, or the consumption of I've spent about almost 5 to 6 hours on an average every day on my mobile screen. So I don't look at my newspaper. So I read my newspaper on my mobile. I kind of watch my possibly a little my songs or movies to a certain extent on that. I converse with my, the friends so much, not so much on the voice side, but more on the WhatsApp and similar kind of communication platform. So, the world has come to this small screen, so you cannot ignore it. But what the realization is, the realization while building this Jalongi.com, which is basically is in the journey of transforming consumption of fish or fish and seafood, stopping going to the wet market, and kind of trusting brands to deliver them to their home. And it was a mammoth task. We as a company, we started in Calcutta, and this is a Gurgaon company in NCR, Delhi. But when we started it in Calcutta in 2018, everybody said that you guys must be mad, because Calcutta is where the fishmongers actually come on bicycles, and then they kind of deliver at your home. They'll be sitting in front of your gate, and they'll be kind of cutting the fish and giving it to you. So you're getting into that level of competition. So it's very important for a brand to create trust. So, that's the first element basically I had to kind of build. And I realized that it's not really possible to kind of build a trust just by having a presence on the small screen, or just by hand mobile, because today you can spend like 500 rupees a day, you can still have a mobile ad on Facebook, right? So if I'm a customer, I wouldn't know that whether this is actually a real brand, or it's a brand which is basically coming out of a kind of somebody's bedroom or a garage. So I wouldn't trust when if you're building. So what we did was, and as a brand, we actually combined the channels, which means that we had a combination of traditional channel and the digital channel. So we actually, as a brand, advertise whenever we go launch. We advertise on transit media. Which is basically we take hoardings or billboards. We take buses. Now the buses are a better idea than billboards because there are certain locations of a city where it will be too expensive to take a kind of hoarding, because if you want to take a hoarding in Malabar Hills, it will be hugely expensive. Whereas you will have a bus which will start from Borivali, but it will go to Malabar Hills. So it always works in bus or taxis. It's basically transit media on mobile vehicles is always a kind of a brilliant media for a brand which is trying to build credibility and don't want to waste money. So what worked for us is basically transit media, which is bus. We have done airport advertising. We have done hoardings. But right now we are launching Bombay, and Bombay is hugely expensive. Now what we are doing is we are taking about 20-25 buses that will get wrapped totally with the jalongi.com as a brand, and it will be supported with digital media, which is that 5 hours of or 6 hours of screen time for everyone. And that's basically where you have an opportunity to interact. So through Facebook, Instagram, and other digital YouTube and those kind of media channels. So my first learning, and this is what I would like to share with anybody who wants to create a brand in 2021 and onwards, that you need to have the right mix of media. And don't forget these traditional media, because I think they will establish you as a brand. And digital is the one which will give you the interaction. So if you are on Facebook, you definitely will be able to have Facebook Messenger. So customers will see your ad and they'll say, okay, where is this fish from? And what is the price, and what is the size, what is the origin, and how do you deliver? So all those questions that we'll have, that you can answer on this, whether it's chat platform, whether it's Facebook Messenger, whether it's WhatsApp, all kind of digital media options which are there to do a kind of interaction. So, and we also have a call center, that's necessary. So it's a mix of both of them. That's what we've been doing as a brand. Second lesson, which is basically the first lesson that I would like to put it on the table, is that have the right mix of online and offline, which is important for creating a credible brand and creating the business and transactions. The second one is figure out what is working for you. So basically, there'll be a lot of experts which will be coming and they'll be kind of giving their gyans and all that. So they may be right, but don't put in your money, because I think this is a very different time. A lot of these experts will come with 10-20 years of experience and they may not be valid anymore. Or the essence of that experience will be valid, but the translation of that into what works may not be valid anymore. So you take your, you make your hypothesis, figure out what will work for you, and do a small kind of pilot, which is when you spend 1 lakh, 2 lakhs of money and then see what works and all that. Like when we started, everybody said that, oh, SEO, so search engine optimization. So, there are some experts who came and said that, no, we'll do this and we'll do so much of transactions. So we spend like some money, and about a month or 2 months of time, then we realized, that, and actually nobody goes and, if he's a fish eater, they will never do a Google and say, where can I find fish? They will never do it. So they would actually have a friend and will ask, if you're in a new city or an existing city, they will ask their friends, then where do you buy your fish? And then they'll say Jalongi or XYZ. And then they will come and actually, do a search on you rather than a kind of, the fresh fish or fish in Calcutta, best fish, and those kind of, the jargons or whatever, the keywords which basically you pay for. So, that was my realization. I wasted about kind of a month of time and couple of lakhs of money to realize that, nobody will search in Google that, where to find fish, or maybe that's not the kind of customer who's basically will be relevant for a kind of large scale brand. And the third lesson is basically what is basically you need to be hands on. So if you are an entrepreneur in the business, don't rely on don't rely on a kind of an outsourced agency, or even don't rely totally on a kind of junior resource. They would not really be the ones. So, I mean, I have learned myself, in terms of that. I tried using agencies, it didn't work. Once you become really big, once you can spend maybe a kind of, a few crores of money on your advertising, then you get a big agency. So this is one area where, whether it's digital advertising or marketing, there are so many people who will say that, with a little bit of cost, you can do an advertising, and, and most of them do not work. So whenever you can afford a large agency, please go ahead and kind of employ them until they be hands-on. So that's basically 3 lessons for me. Look for online, offline combination, figure out what works for you by building little prototype and trying it out. And third one is, be hands-on, at least in the initial stages, until you have the money to spend on big agencies.
Thank you, Dipankar. Now, without losing much time, I would like to invite Mr. Devraj Das, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Baramati Agro. He would be speaking on QSR and Horeca for Future to promote fish and shrimp products in India. Mr. Devraj has 25 years of extensive expertise in setting up new business units, leading business turnaround, and driving profitable growth in the aerospace, automotive, fast-moving consumer goods, and safety domains. He has successfully led an MNC in India to year-on-year double-digit growth over the past 3 years, ensuring continued and sustainable growth. Over to you, Mr. Das, please.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Mr. Yadav. I think I will start with something where Mr. Haldar actually left with very interesting things to think. We always say when it comes to fish, we say something fishy. So the fish, probably when we say something fishy, it's not taking the right meaning. But what I am going to talk is from something fishy to nothing fishy about it. So I think the fish as such, we need to look at before I speak about QSR and Horeca and the future of fish in this particular segment, we need to understand what is happening. The fish as such in India, if I look at India fish production and the shrimp production, India is one of the largest producer of fish and shrimp, second largest producer, and the largest exporter of shrimp, in fact, in the world. And the fish production is estimated to grow at 9.9%, whereas the shrimp is expected to grow around 14.5% in the coming 5 years. And the export as such of the shrimp is around $6 billion now. Now, if I look at the QSR segment, it's growing very fast, in fact, and QSR within Asia, it's growing at 6.7% with, if I look at the QSR plus the other service, food service industry, but QSR itself contributes to almost like 32% growth. The main reason behind this is the rapid urbanization that is happening. Second is the young and the working population in India that is growing very fast. As you may be knowing that the millennial population and the Gen Z population, which is almost contributing to 34% of the Indian population now, they have a different taste. They look for different things, and the dual. Most of these young population have, like say, both the partners are working and earning money, and they have disposable income, which probably they want to spend into various things, including the food and service, and changing food habits. That's also driving. And that has also led to the development and growth of the QSR and other food service B2C and like say cloud kitchens and other things in the last few years. Now the pandemic has also taught us, I think it has given a big input or impetus to this QSR segment, even though it was slow in between, but people realized, having the hygienic food at home rather than going out or buying the fish from the market and cooking at home. So those are the things that is actually, key drivers for the growth of the QSR in India and also outside of India. But the problem comes when you look at the QSR segment and when you look at the other HoReCa segment. If you talk about fish, you do not find much of fish. I myself running around a franchisee of chicken, which is in the name of Chicken Weekend in Maharashtra, having 250 outlets. And I know the struggle that we are going through even to sell the chickens. So when it comes to, and we have also put fish and prawns and other things into the some of our outlets now. The challenges that we face when we put the fish and shrimp is that in QSR, it has not been that much popular today. Some of these companies, they've started outside of India. For example, like say burgers, say Cajun fish sandwich or fish slider. Popeye started fish or fillet, shrimp, po' boy, all these things. Even the shrimp tacos or shrimp platter, Panda's Express, honey walnut shrimp, all these new products that was launched by various other companies around the world. That has not yet percolated into the India or Indian QSR and HoReCa segment. One of the main reasons for this is probably, the awareness or the effort put by the people to grow this particular business in India, especially in QSR. Now, what are the basically, when I talk about awareness, it's time probably to bring in the awareness among the mind of the people, saying why the fish or why the prawn in QSR. Now, if we have to get into this segment, it is very essential that the benefits of the fish has to be put into the minds of the people. For example, like rich in omega-3 fatty acids or high protein diet, which will help in reducing ailments, obesity and other things. Or it is like immunoboosters, essential minerals like zinc and iron. And we also need to have very dedicated effort to create the demand. It's just not like putting the fish or the fish platters into the QSR that it's going to sell. Something like, something like we have to think completely different. For example, like when the egg revolution started, like Sunday to Monday or Monday to Sunday to Monday, Rose Kha one day. Something like that it has to go. Or the Amul, like say it was creating Amul Doodh Pita Hai India. That type of thing has to come into the mind of the people. It's not that going to be that easy otherwise. Because the other thing is, as Mr. Hardar also said, when we say that you come to this QSR hotel and other things, you get hygiene food, hygiene fish and other things. How do you create the trust? How do you create? How do you take it to the people? It's not like, putting something in the digital media or other things, even though the world is changing fast, people are looking at the smartphones always. But we need to create a type of marketing that will actually go to the level of the people or the mind of the people. For example, we need to target to say what type of advertisement I'm going to do at a level like ATL level, BTL level, or TTL level. Different levels, we need to target that. And to some extent, I can say from my experience, we have been successful in doing like say BTL level advertisement for the franchise outlets, but for the fish, we need to think it completely different. So these are the challenges that we need to keep in mind. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Das. I would now, without losing any time, move to Aryo Viryawan. Aryo is the Chief Executive Officer of Inmira Technology, Indonesia, and he would be speaking on export and import markets for Indonesian fish and shrimp. Aryan, as I said, is the Chief Executive of the Inmira Technology, which is a research-based company that offers product and services on critical land rehabilitation, post-mining land reconditions, and palm oil waste utilization. In the past 5 years, Inmira is also pursuing new development areas in sustainable aquaculture technology, and Jala is one of them. Over to you, Mr. Aryo, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yukrats, and thank you for having me in this vibrant forum, and I was very honored to be invited, and hopefully I can share with you some of my experience, especially you mentioned that I am also the CEO of Inmira Group, but right now I will be mainly talking about my experience with Jala, because Jala is the shrimp arms business of Inmira Group. So basically, I will start with a bit of introduction for myself. I was actually farming shrimp since 2001. That is when I was started to help my late father to build a new shrimp farm in Java Island in Indonesia. And since then, I was never looking back, because I was definitely fall in love with this industry. Why? Because I think this is a very vibrant industry, and this is an industry that is very, very lucrative for Indonesian farmers. Because fisheries industry in Indonesia mostly is the most the lower grade of farmers in general, in demographic in Indonesia, especially for the freshwater aquaculture farmers. But shrimp farmers is different, because there is so many opportunities, so many. You can see that the margin is bigger, and then the market is open wide, because this is mainly for the export market for Indonesia, and Indonesia mainly right now exporting to the US. Why the US? Because Indonesia itself, I think we are not investing enough in sustainability and also certification in the past 5 or 10 years, and that is I think the aspect that Indonesia is a bit behind if we compare it to India or also to Vietnam, for example, because that's where Indonesia market right now is limited to commodity shrimp, not to a sustainable shrimp. Like the main market for sustainable shrimp, I believe, is still in Europe or in Japan. So that aspect, I think, is the aspect that we need to improve for Indonesian shrimp players. But speaking of Indonesian export industry right now, Indonesia exporting 80% of its production, of its shrimp production, sending to export market, and only 20% of it is consumed domestically. Why? Because shrimp is a bit more expensive protein source for Indonesian economy, and that's why we are exporting 80% of our shrimp. And for the next 4 to 5 years, our government is also trying to increase the market, the export volume from Indonesia to overseas. The Indonesian government right now is searching for, is looking for increase of 250% up to the year 2024. I know there is a very large target, and it is a little bit difficult to be achieved without raising another issues like sustainability, because opening shrimp farms is one thing. It is quite easy to find a new area for developing shrimp, new shrimp farm in Indonesia, but to open a new sustainable one, that is not an easy one. So the issues for Indonesia right now for increasing its export is to balance the production with the sustainability, and I think that is also the main problem for all the nation that are producing shrimp right now. How to balance between the production, the increase of the production rate, and also the sustainability of the environment, and also social and economic sustainability. I think I used up my 3 minutes, so I get back to you, guys, and we will have a discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aryo. And the next speaker in my list is Mr. Ravi Kumar Yalanki. who is the Managing Director of Vaisakhi Bioresources and Vaisakhi Biomarine Private Limited. Mr. Yalanki would be speaking on the role of digital technology in shrimp export. Mr. Yalanki is the past president of the Society of Aquaculture Professionals, India, and is an active member of the All India Shrimp Hatcheries Association. He also operates one of the largest shrimp farm in India, located in the East Coast state of Andhra Pradesh. He has a civil engineering degree from Nagarjuna University and a postgraduate diploma in management from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. He is also the author of several papers on modern shrimp management, infrastructure requirement, biosecurity measures, and sustainable shrimp aquaculture. And more than all this, he is one of the leading voices in the Indian shrimp industry. Over to you, Mr. Yalanki, please. Mr. Yalanki.
You need to unmute.
Ravi Kumar,
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yadav, for all the kind words. And if you look at the Indian shrimp farming industry, it is very, very fragmented. And today, if you look at the export markets, every day the food safety requirements are changing and they're becoming very, very stringent. And a fragmented industry like shrimp for producing traceability to be in line with the food safety, it's a tall order. Unless we use digital platforms like blockchain, it is very, very difficult to come up with the right traceability. And if you're not going to have traceable shrimp, we're going to miss out of the markets. I mean, if you look at European market, we are not there much. I mean, we're producing more than 800,000 and we've been stagnant in Europe at 50,000, 60,000 for the last 7 years or so. Our production is increasing, but our penetration in European market is not increasing. And antibiotic residues in our shrimps. I mean, they're testing 50% of our shipments. I mean, whereas other countries are not being tested. And what the European authorities comply is, like, we were not trying to improve our system. And traceability is one of the areas where we can improve a lot. And the digitalization and platforms like blockchain can definitely help in the shrimp farming industry. That is point number one. The other point is, I mean, these days the customers are very demanding. I mean, be it the end consumers or wholesalers or retailers, So if you digitalize the whole thing, we understand the demand of the market better, and we can try to improve our efficiency in the supply chain, and we can reduce the downtime and try to, service our, buyers, with the wholesalers and retailers, So that way also digitalization is going to help. And IoT 4.0, I mean, it's really right, especially for an industry like ours, it's very much required, where more automation is going to come in play, human intervention is going to be removed, improve the safety measures, I mean, they look at salmonella and other microbials and pathogenic antibiotics, whenever we are doing value addition, if we go for this kind of automation, I mean, we can be assured of, these kind of microbes getting in the shrimps and getting caught in the market and getting rejected. Definitely IoT 4.0 is going to help a fragmented industry shrimp very much. And the other thing is, the big data we can bring in lot of analytics. Today we don't know what are the scientists telling us and what is the percentage. We don't have any data. Once the big data captures all this, we'll come to know what is the percentage of 30 count, what is the percentage of 50 count, what is the percentage of headless shellon going to China, what is it the PD, what is the PDTO that's going on. I mean, everything could be captured. Today, we don't have any numbers, you know, so if big data comes into play, we can do the analytics and it would help the entire industry. Likewise, I mean, if you have data sets of the supply, the production, and the distribution, it would also help us to see how we are faring with the end consumer looking at these data sets, you know. So digitalization is definitely going to improve, especially for an industry like this, which is very fragmented. I mean, we can formalize a lot of things to data analysis, data analytics for that matter, you know. So I think digitalization has a big role to play in shrimp exports and also to formalize things within the value chain, you know, to reduce the downtime and making the supply chain efficient. And even it's going to help our domestic market also. I mean, during the pandemic, a lot of companies have come up, e-commerce companies selling shrimp within the market. They're doing much better than the brick and mortar companies. So digitalization, all in all, is going to help the industry big time. Over to you, Dr. Yadava.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yalanki. I think you have had a fight with your wife, so you're speaking from the car and not from the house.
No, sir. I mean, I just attended a meeting in CAA. Today, there is a consultation meeting. I sat there till 4:20. I was rather fighting with CAA, your ex-organization. So you're right with your guess. I had fought with somebody, but not with my wife, with CAA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ravi. Now I move on to the final speaker, and I'm privileged to have Mr. Simon Messon with us, who is head of the Equity Strategy 6 of the United Kingdom, and he would be speaking on technological innovation in salmon and trout farming industry in the United Kingdom. Mr. Simon heads the Equity Strategy 6 UK. He has an MSc in Aquaculture from the famous University of Stirling and MSc in Nanotechnology for Medicine and Health from the University of Oxford. His past experience includes Head of Biosystems at Benchmark Holdings PLC, Non-Executive Director at the Opuri Fisheries Management Limited, Business Development Manager at the London Stock Exchange, and Vice President Morgan Stanley. Over to you, Mr. Simon, please.
Thank you, sir. And firstly, just my warm greetings to everybody on the panel and everybody that is listening. So I thought maybe just in a little bit of an extension to the very kind introduction. Also, currently what I do as well is provide aquaculture consultancy. As mentioned, I have a couple of non-exec roles in a sustainable farming business, which includes aquaculture, and as well as experience working within the sector. So I think really the topic of my 3 minutes today is on technical innovation in salmon and trout and salmon and space. And I think firstly, it's just important to acknowledge that there is a very different market structure in the salmon space compared to, say, the shrimp space in India. Typically, that market structure sees a high concentration in a handful of players. It also sees that there is continuing consolidation both across horizontally and also vertically in the value chain. And also, when you look at the supply chain, it's very much dominated by a B2B model rather than a B2C model. So probably a vastly different market structure to the one that was just previously described as being very fragmented, say, for example, for shrimp. So in terms of what's driving technological innovation in this industry, firstly, that industry consolidation that I mentioned enables players to build scale and scope of operations very efficiently. And what that means is when you have scale of scope, when you have operations which have reached a certain scale and scope, typically budgets to be able to put towards research and development efforts are larger. And so often you find that there's more concerted effort on addressing some of the big ticket items and big ticket challenges within the industry. The second thing is, as previously alluded to at the top of this panel, is we are seeing new technologies becoming available, which are seeding Industry 4.0, and not just digital technologies, but also things like genetic technologies, next generation biotechnologies, environmental techs, new materials, etc. So as these broad brush technologies become available, they present opportunities for innovation to exist within particular industries, such as aquaculture. I think the third big driver really of the direction of technology development in the salmonid space is consumer and market demands, particularly surrounding things like traceability, as previously mentioned by one of our panelists, and then also environmental sustainability and animal health and welfare. So how does this kind of this background translate into technology development in the salmonid space? To give you an example, if I can maybe just run through some of the key areas of production, namely feed, seed, health and welfare, environmental monitoring, and on-farm operations. So for example, for feed, what we've seen in the salmonid space is a lot of effort on replacing fish meal in the diet, and not just replacing fish meal in the diet, but also the introduction of smart diets that contain micronutrients or certain compounds that confer a biological benefit to the target species, whether that is a prophylactic effect from disease or alternatively, improve production and growth rates. From a seed or genetic standpoint, what we see is that there's an increased ability due to the introduction of and continual evolution of new technologies such as gene sequencing and big data and artificial intelligence. We see that there is an increased ability to mine for desirable traits using such tools. And by desirable traits, they could be, for example, disease resistance or enhanced or improved growth, and then deploy such traits in selective breeding programs, thereby creating seed stock which are hardier to disease exposure to disease challenge, and also complete the production cycle more efficiently. The next point really is with respect to animal health and welfare. We are typically seeing increased ability to deploy next generation prophylactics and treatments that are more effective and more sustainable alternatives to where we've come from in the past, which has typically been blanket treatments with chemicals. So for example, by next generation treatments, things like the employment of bacteriophage technology or antimicrobial peptides as replacements for antibiotics, or the deployment of biological controls, such as the use of lumpfish, which is a different species of fish, which can effectively co-inhabit, say for example, a salmon cage, and will actually predate upon one of the key parasites that affects salmon, which is sea lice. So the employment of another species to basically do the job of providing a treatment for a parasite, key parasite, is a greener way, a more environmentally sound way of providing a management tool for that disease. One final example also would be the employment of physical techniques, for example, for lice removal. So rather than relying on chemicals, you can utilize a different array of physical techniques, for example, hydrolyzers or thermalizers, which apply a physical force to lead to the detachment of sea lice. With respect to environmental monitoring and management, again, what we are seeing is the increased use of next-gen technologies like gene sequencing to scan for the environment for species presence and also species diversity. So for example, environmental DNA, and that is providing an easier way to establish environmental baselines and to track environmental impacts across the production cycle. And also what we're seeing is that the benefits of really having closed production and treatment systems with appropriate filtration and technologies to ensure that waste or input or excess inputs from the production cycle don't then find themselves released into the open water or wild environment. In terms of on-farm operations, really what we're seeing is utilization of remote sensing technologies, mobile applications, big data sources, as well as artificial intelligence to better record, measure, analyze, and predict production factors that are important, or environmental factors that are important, disease factors that are important in real time. And further to this, there is a secondary use of that data, and that is really to offer the potential to improve farm-to-plate traceability and certification against sustainable production schemes and sustainable production goals. So I think that kind of dovetails with some of the previous speakers' perspectives in terms of how digital technologies are being adopted within the supply chain. So I think we're seeing across the board, not just digital technologies, but a number of technologies which are providing and driving technical and development and innovation in some moments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. And I think it's now time for me to wind up the session with a few comments. I would not go by the names, but the points that I've picked up and which I find are very interesting to be shared with all of you. I think the first point was made, and that point says, do it yourself. I think this is a very traditional and very age-old phrase and applicable for everything. Do it yourself. And the other interesting lesson is that go by your own understanding initially. The next speaker, he talked about QSR and HoReCa and said that they're yet to gain popularity in India. And he suggested awareness, create awareness in the mind of people. Tell them about the benefits of fish. And all this needs very dedicated efforts. He also suggested catchy jingles, which made eggs and Amul milk popular in the country. And a very important point he said was create trust to take it to the people. The third speaker focused on the increase in sustainability. And I think sustainability issue was mentioned by many speakers. He also talked about why Indonesia is lagging behind India and Vietnam and suggested some measures how Indonesian shrimp industry can be improved. The next speaker talked about traceability, which is an issue, but I think the main focus of his presentation was on data. And he said data is a big issue. And if good data is available, a lot of things can be done to improve the production and the post-production activities. And finally, the last speaker gave us very important lessons, and he talked about genetics and biotechnology and how they present opportunities for development of aquaculture. He talked about smart diet for improved production and growth rates. He talked about the next generation of prophylactics for treatment, biological control, And I think what he wanted to say was that fish will treat fish. That was his message. And he also talked about environmental monitoring management. And finally, like a couple of other speakers, he also emphasized on traceability from farm to the plate. So I would, before closing, I would like to thank all the 5 speakers for the excellent presentations and sharing their views. And now over to you, Sanjay, for the question answers.
Thank you, Dr. Yadava. If there are any questions from the audience, you could please kindly type them in the chat box, in the Q&A box or the chat box. We'll be happy to direct the questions to our speakers. Do we have any questions for any of the speakers, please? Dr. Yadava, you have a question.
I just want to ask Dipankar, you know, the online marketing is now becoming a new normal. How long would it take for the fish markets to shut down in India? I'm saying to my colleagues in the ministry that don't create any new fish market, wet market, because in the next 20, 30 years, I think all the big markets are going to shut down. Everybody will move to the online marketing, except of course, some, mohalla type of retail marketing by women or by, as you mentioned, cycle vendors. But I think 80, 85% of fish would be marketed online in the next 20, 30 years. I just want to hear from you.
All right. So obviously, we as a company, we do talk to women. At this point in time, we are also into the fundraising. So this is a common question about, how the industry is going to happen like, so, if in next 5-6 years, if we have about 5% of the businesses getting organized, we'll be very happy. So because if you look at, go to China, and I think, even now, a very large portion of this market is, I would say, I wouldn't say unorganized, but they are not corporatized. So, somebody mentioned about this Amul as an example. And I think, we as a company, we look at Amul as a reference to what we want to do in fish. 40 years back, the milk was pretty much like what fish is right now, fish and seafood. So then these 2 companies came in together. One is NDDB, National Dairy Development Board, and another one was Amul. So one did the back-end supply chain development, other did the front end. Now, unless that really happens, I can tell you that all this building of trust, or in terms of building a supply chain, or in terms of bringing in money and do a kind of egg-like of promoting egg kind of promotion for the fish is very, very, very long shot. So we are like people like us, and we are a very tiny player. We are trying to do our best. So I think if there are 10-20 players like us who come together and then invest seriously, both not only on the front end of the business or the back end of the business, which is supply chain, because today, if you go to Bengal, you'll get the fishes in maybe 20-25 places, and, tiny little volumes. To bring it to a kind of, to Calcutta is a mammoth task. And we do it through whatever volume we have generated in the front end. It will go through the traditional challenge. So it's basically the wet markets will get organized. In the sense is, they will firstly have storage, and, a little bit they learn. Normally right now, they don't store, right? What they do is they bring and sell. But some of them have learned, it's basically, and in fact, we are learning in our business, we are learning from some of the fishermen guys who we employ in our company to how to store fish, so that you can get 1 or 2 days more of life. So I would not really think that, they're going to go away. Even if we get, it's like, 150,000 crore and whatever that becomes into $1 billion, it's a fairly large number in next 5 years of time. Even that 5% of that, which is about 7,500 of that, is basically getting organized by 2025-26, we'll be very happy. And we as a company will very happy to get 10% of that market, which is basically is about, we say about 0.6% market of the overall market. So I don't think there is any worry on the the traditional market from the players. On the other hand, somebody like us, we are already thinking of having a B2B channel along with the B2C channel, which means that I go to a place, say Kerala or Chennai, whatever, I pick up like 5 tons of fish. Now, because there is a challenge in the front end for people to buy online, people have started buying grocery a little bit in this market. There is still traditional selling a lot. So there is a challenge. So if I bring 5 tons, I'll not be able to sell 5 tons in one shot. It will take some time to build that scale. So possibly I'll sell 1 ton in my retail chain, another 5 ton, and I'm thinking of building a truck which will go to traditional markets and give it to these traditional guys, the whole assortment. Because today what is happening? Most of these markets currently are happening early in the morning. So the fishmonger, the traditional guy, he will wake up at 3 o'clock in the night, leaving his family, and 4 o'clock he'll be in the market. So he'll be kind of purchasing, and at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, he'll be opening his shop. And then in a kind of, he'll be doing first half, he'll be doing second half, but until 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning, he'll be sleeping maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then he goes back, right, to his cycle. It's a terrible one. And it's not that he makes loads of money. And we believe that is basically, if we say this, that I have this whole assortment, I'll bring my truck and I'll give it to you and you sell. You open your store at 7 in the morning and I'll give you your stuff and you do your store. And I'll give you at the same rate or even better than what you get it at the traditional market. That will be the way forward. It's basically is like, think about Amul as a company, not only selling Amul, but they're also distributing to other guys. And that's a roadmap, which people like us, anybody who's basically is, has got a purpose like that. I'll tell you that if you looked at my background, I'm not here to kind of just to kind of do another retail business. I'd be more happy to kind of doing a kind of, to getting up a job and doing it there. I'm doing it because this is my opportunity to do a transformation of this sector, like what Milk happened or Dr. Kurian did. And I believe that it's basically, if there are more people who come inspired this way, it's a big challenge. And I think, maybe 5% will become 10%, but, still 90% of the market will be the traditionals.
Thank you. Thank you, Dipankar. I have few questions in the chat box. Ahmed Arsalan, he says 80% IMC which are cultivated in India is in man-made ponds or in natural reservoir like lakes and dams. If lakes and dams are included, then please tell me percentage in natural reservoir and percentage in man-made ponds. Would anybody like to take this question? It's a difficult one. I think, Mr. Arsalan, this question will come to you, the answer will come to you from the Ministry of Fisheries, because they would be in a position to give you the exact figures, how much comes from the natural reservoirs and how much comes from the man-made ponds. I don't think anybody here would have the correct figures. Mr. Arsala Ahmed also asked, what if we bring some Chinese species for Northern India, as China and North India have both experienced good winter season, our Chinese fishes will grow in winters too. Dipankar, any take on this?
Yeah, I'll tell you that in North, what we have is, we definitely have the carps, which is not, which can handle a little bit of winter, but I think the carp, which is like, the rohu katlas and all that, that is already happening. We do have in Himachal trout farming, which is happening. But obviously, the challenge is basically is not with the, it has gone to from Himachal, it has gone to Uttarakhand also. But the challenge is in the front end and all. But I think we need to figure out in what kind of seeds we are talking about and what kind of species we are talking about. But it's something which can handle, extreme temperatures. Definitely, it can happen in Calcutta, in North, because I know some fish farmers in Punjab, they are doing just shrimp, but in winter they do it for 3, 4, 5 months only. So basically they'll be kind of harvesting their shrimp or the venamis possibly by September, October, and then they're done. So, and these guys have got land in it. So basically if he's given some opportunity of something which can handle winter as a kind of, definitely there is an opportunity out there.
Yeah, we already have 3 Chinese carps, silver carp, grass carp, and the mud carp. So we have few Chinese varieties, which have been introduced long back in the late 60s, early 70s into India. I'm not sure what new varieties could perhaps be imported or be introduced from China. Mr. Ahmed also is saying why we are not looking for soya alternative in our feed to reduce the cost of feed. Who would like to answer this question?
Yeah, myself, Umak answered. See, people will always try to look for alternatives when the product price doesn't match, the commodity price doesn't match with the production cost or whatever it is. But this year we have that situation in India. The soya prices went up like anything. But you cannot get an alternative immediately. It's a big volume commodity that you are talking about. Soya, 10 million metric tons we are producing in India. Overnight, you cannot replace the 10 million metric tons. You need to have a strategic plan, and it takes longer time to establish any commodity into a feed recipe. Like if you take fish meal, to replace fish meal with soya, it took almost 30-35 years. So people started looking for alternatives. They always look for alternatives, but only it takes time to reach that volumes. And again, the price and all these things comes into picture. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, and the final question from Mr. Ahmed, the minimum area required for IPRS.
I think I need to answer that question also.
Okay.
The minimum required land for IPRS is 1 hectare water spread area. So that is the minimum viable size that you need to adapt IPRS system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. I don't see
any more questions. Otherwise, those two.
No, Mr. Zairul Islam has his hand raised. Dr. Islam, would you be posing any question? Dr. Islam?
Yeah, there might be some questions from the audience, which is related to the speaker from the earlier session. So I request all the speakers, because we will arrange the question to be sent to you through mail, then you can reply them back. Thank you.
I wanted to raise a question, and it's basically just for my learning, and because again we're trying to do a little bit of that NDDB out here, and I want to hear from the international speakers. One of the challenges which I found in this country or in India is that most of the fishermen or the fish the growers, basically they are not supported by the bankers. So they can't get any loan. So they're in the hands of these money lenders, or basically those are like the Arthiyas. They actually play around with them. So there are money lenders who lend them money and at a heavy rate. So there are a lot of development stuff like, buying feed and stuff like that. It doesn't happen because it's all happened through a cartel and a kind of pressure tactics. Now, when I went inside this, and I spoke to some of these banking institutions that, why they don't really kind of, support them. Is because there is no insurance. So there is no insurance that which exists in for the fish and seafood, and because there is no insurance, no banks will support. So what is the experience of people from other countries, that how did you go about the evolution of how do you kind of get these insurance companies to get excited about this sector, and then the insurance will come, and then the bankers will come, and then it will get organized. It may take 30-40 years, but I think we need to take a step in India towards that. How do you get in? And I've been speaking in all these places, and everywhere I find an opportunity to kind of raise this topic. Here it's more about learning, but other places, how do you get insurance in? for Indian fish and seafood industry. So how did you go about, Simon or, Burian,
Sure. Maybe if I can offer an example or a case study, and I do have to apologize because I need to leave in a few minutes' time to make another meeting. But a good example to look at is probably the example from Norway, and really the beginning of the salmon industry in Norway. And so what you had was twofold. You had government in there providing effectively, I think, the first 50% insurance, and then insurers standing behind for the next 50% of the actual biomass being farmed at that time. And then that basically stimulated the banking sector to feel more comfortable about providing loans, given that there was an insurance policy standing behind, not just on the fixed assets and the infrastructure, but the actual biomass in water. So I think what that required was not just the insurers, but also government standing behind and taking proportion of the loss on any biomass loss. So that was a good example, and I think that was one of the very first things that helped the massive scale up of that industry in Norway. So have a look at that. That might serve as a case for some inspiration.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I can add some of my experience from Indonesia in the shrimp industry. I think it is practically the same in Indonesia, that fish farmers or aquaculture is a bit difficult to get. Not a bit difficult. It's 100% difficult to get credit from legitimate institutions. So they get money from loan shark and etc. But I think one of the enabler for the aquaculture industry to get insured is one of them is data. Yeah, I think that all of the speakers agree that data-driven farming is the way of the future. And me myself with Jala in Indonesia, we are developing an IoT and also a software to monitor the shrimp farm, so people can see actually how much is the biomass inside the farms, how much feed do you put in the farms, and etc., the mortality rate and etc. And that is enabling the insurance company to look at this industry. And right now, Jala in Indonesia is working with two insurance company, two government-backed insurance company in Indonesia to insure these shrimp farmers. But the insurance product itself is not yet sophisticated like in the other industry, because this is just the beginning, right? So it's just cover some very basic things in the cultivation, such as the cost of feed and the cost of labors. That's it for the first 60 days. Because why the first 60 days? Because in shrimp, after 60 days you can get away with anything. So if you get disease or you get mortality after 60 days, you can still harvest it and you can still make money. But before 60 days, it is very, very important for the shrimp farmers to be insured, because there is the most vulnerable times within their cycle. So that's, I think, one of the experience for us here in Indonesia. It's just beginning this year, actually. So it's quite new.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arya.
What is the experience of our friends from Bangladesh? And I'm really impressed with the way they are handling this industry. We are much ahead of India, I would definitely kind of admit. The way you guys are handling, ILSA harvesting and all that, this is you are kind of 5 steps ahead of kind of India for sure. So how are you handling this insurance and the insurance, or basically getting money to your farmers from the?
So in Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Oh, so actually there are some loan system from the bank, and there are some NGOs. So actually many NGOs come forward to give the credit to the farmers. And there are some from the government, there are some subsidies for the, especially for the hillshire fisheries. During some, every year we have 3 band period to go for the fishing of hillshire. So huge money is given by the government. So at that time for the fishermen, so they don't go for fishing, and that is why the hillshire fishery is increasing day by day in Bangladesh. So
yeah, I mean, I think we would definitely like to connect, and I would say that India possibly can learn from Bangladesh, at least in this sector, in terms of how to go about structuring an industry, because I do hear a lot of good things about how they're going about this. So Sanjay, through this forum or whichever is, basically we should try to connect this, the knowledge transfer from there as a case study, and that will definitely help.
Dipankar,
Thank you.
Dipankar, as far as public finance is concerned, India and Bangladesh are in the same boat. Now in India, you get money from money lenders. Farmers get money from money lenders. Bangladesh, it's both money lenders and also NGOs. But in India also, I'm told that in states like Jharkhand, the NGOs are now extending capital. Okay. Now, when you talk about insurance in freshwater aquaculture, in India at least, it is extremely difficult because there's no standard farming practice. From district to district, state to state, within a farm, the farming practices keep on changing. There is no standard farming practice. How many species are to be stocked? What should be the stocking density? When the harvesting should be done? Everything depends from farmer to farmer. So unless and until you don't standardize the farming practices, on what basis are the insurance companies going to fix the premium and going to help you? So I think, in my view, having seen the freshwater aquaculture for the last 45 years, I don't think any insurance company worth its salt will put its finger in freshwater aquaculture. Okay. For shrimp farming, it is different because shrimp farming, the practices are more or less standardized. And shrimp farming, if the government, has a good interaction with the public sector insurance companies, then I believe the shrimp farming can be covered under insurance. Ravi can perhaps explain more, but I still believe that shrimp farming can still be supported with insurance, but freshwater aquaculture is completely out of the game.
No, but I mean, I'm saying that it's not about, I think it's the egg and chicken story. What starts first? It's basically whether the regulation gets driven by insurance or the insurance drive. There has to be certain thing, otherwise things will not change. Because if the way which is going around, because there is no price sanctity, there is no, basically, even if I have to go and buy directly from the farmer, I can't do it today. That is the reality, because there is a money lender who's in between, so he will come in. So if I have to, as a Jalongi or any retail, I have to go to Sundarban and buy directly from the farmer, I'm not allowed. It's because, it's basically the farmer has already taken money for his, for next 10 years maybe, So if we have to transform, if you have to say that we have to do something good to this industry, we'll have to open up a lot of things. And so it's not enough to say that we don't have regulation or standard practice. But, unless some of us come together and say, okay, let's give them the standard practice. It's like, it's basically, do they really want to kind of, work in a condition which is, of this kind? Today, I work with an NGO directly for a different one. I mean, do you know that basically there is a direct correlation between prostitution and the fisherman community? I work with a kind of New York University professor, and who actually work for the people who are on human trafficking. They work on rehabilitation, and there is a straightforward correlation of people who are gone into human trafficking to this fishing community. That's because their life is so unstructured. It's basically, just think about this guy. He's got this crop. And think about this, first 60 days or whatever, is basically if it is shrimp, and he's lost all his crop and he has taken money, what happens to him? He will lose his wife, he will lose his home, he will lose everything. Now, unless we do something about it, I'm talking about, how do you get that? Insurance is a business, right? They would like to do a business. If there is no policies, there is no kind of practices, and there are practices which are available in other countries or in other products. Like if there is a good practice of farming which is happening for shrimp in various places, we can take it to other products. If there is a good practice of, say, carp which is happening in Andhra, practically, Andhra is actually feeding all the carp. Rohu Katla is actually the whole of India is coming from there, right? So now they have a practice, right? So I think if we can, and somebody has to take a step, and obviously, it's basically, and in this forum, I'm telling you that if government of India is willing to work, I'm going to give my time and kind of my effort and my money to kind of, put my hands together to build something around that. But we need to do that. Otherwise, another 40 years, we'll be sitting here and discussing this and say that this needs to be done and nothing will happen.
Yeah, I don't want to take more time because it's 8 minutes past 6 and Sanjay is frowning now. Perhaps he needs to close.
No, I'm sorry, maybe,
No.
Yeah.
But having spent the last 45 years in freshwater farming, things are so different. And, as I said, from village to village, from farmer to farmer, the practices vary. And nobody can stop a farmer for carrying out his own practice, which he finds more profitable than anything else. That's not in shrimp farming. Shrimp farming, you don't have that much of variety as you have in freshwater farming. You see, in early 70s, we started with a 6-species combination of 3 species Indian carps and 3 species exotic carp. Every number was defined, 5%, 10%, 20%, like that. And gradually, around the late 80s, farmers started, carrying out their own practices. Now, if you go, and the 6,000 number was the stocking density those days. Now, if you go to Haryana, a farmer stocks 60,000 fry, and he keeps weeding out. The shoot fry, they are put in a different pond. The remaining rest there, and he adds more fry. So I'm telling you, I think you need to just go and see. Bengal might still be a stereotype, but you go to UP, you go to Haryana, you go to Madhya Pradesh, you go to Andhra Pradesh, every farmer does it in his own way. He knows from where he gets the maximum benefit. So what I'm saying is, how do you standardize practices to allow the insurance people to build up a premium? That is my question. And, we tried our best in the ministry for many years, but we just could not make headway unless and until there are standardized practices, numbers of stocking is uniform, harvesting schedules are uniform. Now freshwater farmers, they harvest round the year. Earlier, 1+ kg was the harvesting size. Now, 500 grams is also a very good harvesting size. Can you believe? And you are a Bengali, I have stayed in Bengal. I know how things have changed.
No, that's already happening. I'll tell you that, I think, I live in Gurgaon, so I know some of this Haryana, the Haryana and Punjab farmers, how they do it. But again, this example of that, Hilsa, as per regulation, you cannot sell less than 600 grams. That's the regulation. I think Bangladesh has again implemented that. It was basically, I think 2-3 years back you stopped, and then basically there's some development. So I don't know how you're handling it, but this season right now, you go to Calcutta market or whatever, you will have like truckloads of 200-300 grams of Hilsa, which is selling left and right and center. So so I don't know. I mean, we need to do something, otherwise the same thing will keep happening. So same thing will keep on happening and no development will come. So that's what I think. Maybe, the privatization or the more people in the front end who will have pain like me in terms of, to have a structured back end, will bring in some kind of effort. We'll need to find a solution. I mean, if we don't find a solution, we'll live in this frustration all through. But that's not going to help.
Ravi, how are you taking tiger prawn now back? How are you bringing it back?
Sir, I mean, right now the two hatcheries, sir, which are producing seed, I mean, they're only producing about 300 million, but all the 300 million what has been produced this year, it has given very good results. And many farmers are willing to go for tiger because Vaname is suffering with because of EHP. And tiger stocked in EHP infested ponds is doing very well because of its different feeding habits. If you look at tiger feeding, it doesn't feed on garbage. It doesn't feed on organic matter. All the EHP spores are attached with the organic matter. Vaname eats all the garbage. Even if it is stocked at low stocking densities, it eats the garbage and takes the spores in. And if you take the tiger prawn, it's a very finicky feeder. It eats only the pellets. So it has become an emerging trend, sir, in China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India of late. And whoever have stocked, they were all successful. But we don't have too many breeding programs, sir. I mean, one breeding program which has been permitted is based out of Hawaii. They're designed to produce only PPLs. They have their multiplication center in Vietnam. And we have temporarily suspended rootstock imports from Vietnam, Thailand, and other Southeast Asian countries, which were infected by EHP, EMS. But right now, EMS is not there. At that point of time, government has taken a right call because at that time, EMS was decimating the stocks. But today, there is no threat of EMS. So we're asking CAA to revisit taking the brood stock from these places because Thailand has a large-scale tiger breeding program. And Vietnam, they have the BMC of Moana. And there is another company that has come up with a breeding program in Vietnam. So we're asking government to take a relook. And we're asking the existing companies which have been permitted to export broodstock to India to set up BMCs. Because if you look at the size of the broodstock, the mature breeder of tiger, it's about 100 grams. So it is a little difficult to bring it from far off places. I mean, Vaname itself, when we bring from Hawaii, there is so much of mortality. So here, it is big in size. So logistics is going to be a big issue. So broodstock multiplication centers could come in handy, sir. And the other thing with tiger is it's not a prolific breeder like Vaname. So we require more number of animals. From that standpoint, also, we need to have BMCs, sir. BMCs could be a good solution. And we have a breeding program in India based out of Andaman. And we're asking them to start a BMC in the mainland. As a jumpstart program, they have a BMC in Vizag, in Task Park. And they're doing Vaname, but we don't require Vaname as a matter of fact. I mean, there is so much of supply, umpteen number of suppliers are there, and bringing the broodstock is also easy because 35-40 grams. Whereas tiger broodstock, it is very much short in supply. So we're asking RGCA to start working on that multiplication center in Vizag, sir. We had a day-long deliberations on that, sir.
Ravi, just in one of the things from the retail side, between the tiger and Vaname, the prices are very different, because the retail prices of Vaname would be at least 30-40% lower than tiger for the same size, if not more. So is there a way to kind of handle that gap? Because that's the only way is basically you can make tiger more popular. We sell both, but we sell more Vaname. We sell double the quantity of Vaname than which is called Chapra or whatever in Bengal is basically, or in other places. But the tigers are really expensive, and so other markets do not appreciate that that what you're talking about. So is there a possibility of reducing this gap?
Yeah, if you look at tiger, it has the potential to grow to bigger sizes. Yeah. Whereas Vaname cannot grow beyond 30 grams. It grows, but it grows very slowly. It is not viable. And Vaname has become a kind of a commodity in the international market. I mean, we have about 3.5 million tons of production, and it cannot be sold as a brand. Whereas tiger, we can position it as a brand. It can grow up to 50 grams. It has a different kind of meat. A lot of Japanese and Europeans appreciate the meat of tiger rather than Vaname. Vaname is like your broiler chicken, and we can definitely come up with a brand for this tiger, and we will have more products in our basket. We can have a better product portfolio. I mean, our main competitor, Ecuador, if you look at, they have only the species Vaname. So if we add tiger to our species and increase our volume, I mean, we can position our products in a much better manner, especially in European market and Japanese market. And bringing the price down, it all depends on the market forces, as you rightly understand, you know. I mean, if the supply increases of tiger, the prices might be dropping down, you know. But
in terms of seed prices and all that, will that be significantly different between Benami and seed prices?
Yeah, right now, the seed prices are high because the availability is very less. I mean, only 2 hatcheries are producing the SPF monodon, so SPF tigers. So there is a shortage. That's why the prices are high.
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward, if more number of hatcheries are allowed and more number of breeding facilities are designated, the prices could be getting normalized.
No, we are more than happy to promote tiger because it's basically, so it's like, but obviously when it becomes like 500 rupees for a Benami 40-50 count, and if it is like 700 for this one for tiger, then customers will not buy as much, you know.
Yeah, but it has a good market internationally, right? Because it's
internationally, yes. But I'm talking about domestic market. Is basically, if you really have to capture, you have to reduce, because I think you'll be selling, the only 20-25 counts at 40-50 counts. These are 2 varieties which sell. Bigger than that variety is a very little item, small item.
For domestic market, Dipankar, Benami is better. And coming to insurance, I have few points, Dipankar. I mean, even in Benami, even in shrimp farming, there is no insurance as of now. But where insurance is required is, getting insurance for disease is a little difficult because you cannot kind of quantify, how much is there in the pond and all that, as our moderator was saying, Dr. Yadava. But, we should have insurance for natural calamities, If you look at shrimp farming, I mean, in Bengal and Orissa have lost huge quantities, like 15,000 to 20,000 tons because of the cyclone, And every now and then there are floods in Andhra Pradesh, there are floods in Gujarat and all that. So we need to come up with good insurance products for natural calamities. That could be the case in fish also, I think, because fish, you don't have diseases, Whereas in shrimp, we have diseases also. I mean, somebody could work a product for that also, but the premium could be high, and quantifying the quantities in the pond is difficult. But for natural calamities, we need to have, and probably we can take IoT 4.0 into the fray, and we can make use of it to get the numbers and all that correctly. Probably we can make use of the technology what is available for capturing the numbers.
So people are giving insurance for COVID these days. So I think it's basically, I think we should become positive and think about a way of giving insurance to fish farmers. So I think that's what I would put it that way. And it's not impossible, Yes, it's not a blanket insurance. It's basically, there are risks in everything, and risk in living, but you need to figure it out, just to make sure that it's not about insurance, it's about, support. It's basically, I'm fine that there's no insurance, but if they get loan.
And insurance precedes the credit, If you don't have insurance, credit is not going to be there.
Exactly.
Financial institutions are not coming forward.
In fact, I've been speaking to one of these NGOs or microfinance company. They have the intent of kind of giving loan or extending loan to fish farmers, but they're not allowed to. And they've been talking about, okay, we'll give you a working capital loan to you, and then you give advance to the fish farmers, and that will be in a way of extending loan. That is a kind of stuff that we are looking at, for for that. I will not name that agency because I don't know whether it's even legal or not. But that's what it is. I think we need to take some steps and kind of do that. I don't know where that example. Yeah,
I agree with you, Dipankar.
So, and I can tell you that on a positive note, there are a lot of people who are bullish about this sector today. The funds who are the kind of funds and companies which are very bullish about this sector. I mean, I would be one of those very few guys who are actually looking at, jumping into it. But I think many people will jump into the water literally. So I think, it's basically if with the right intent, the government should also kind of, look forward to such guys who has got a serious stake in that. And I think we can make some difference. Small steps, baby steps we can take. And that will kind of bring confidence. And then we'll maybe, 20-30 years, we'll have a kind of, place where we can look back and say, yes, we have taken that step, and that's how we have reached here.
It sounds like music to my ears, Dipankar.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm all game. Basically, this is what is my life right now. So I would say that, if anybody from any other countries or whatever, and they want to kind of come and collaborate and stuff like that, and we want to bring it together, it's basically one industry, right? If some of our learning can be taken to Indonesia, or some Indonesian learning can be brought in here, why not?
True.
So thank you, Sanjay, for organizing this. And I've kind of I wish I was in the session even earlier than this, because I was hearing some of the session from my colleagues from I learned a lot from how you're doing this development which is happening in Bangladesh. So yeah, please keep doing that. And if there is any recording of this which is available anywhere, especially which one can see of the earlier sessions, I would definitely love to kind of access.
I'll certainly share them with you, Dipankar. It'll be put up on our YouTube channel in any case. I'll share the recording with you once it's kind of trimmed and ready. In a couple of days, I'll share it with you.
Sanjay, I think, can we bring this?
Yeah,
absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. I think we've had a lovely discussion. So, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sir,
hopefully,
would you like to conclude the discussion, Mr. Yadav?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Islam is raised his hand. You have a question or something.
Okay, Mr. Islam, please.
Yeah, the Dipankar has raised a very valuable and vital question, which Dr. Yadav sir has also given his inputs with the other participants. We really need to think on the access to the finance as well as to the insurance for the fish farmers, because I have seen in many countries there are lots of access. Even my last project was in Nepal. It was a UK Aid Fund project was there. We have a separate topic, and we have a separate training session on the access to finance and insurance for the fish farmers specifically. So means I was on a discussion with Dr. Andy Shin in WhatsApp that why not to go ahead with one special program on this access to finance and your insurance in coming days, with keeping all the Southeast Asian country representatives along with for the discussion. So I think that this will become beneficial for everyone. What do you think, Dipankar?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we need to come together, and because this industry needs transformation, I think we need to come together and find the solutions. I think wherever we can bring in, and I know that there are a lot of other foundations, basically Bill Gates foundations and others, that they're looking at helping this sector. So, but we just need to kind of give them the confidence, I guess.
Yeah. Dr. Yadav, we'll wait for you to kind of close the session now.
Yeah, I have a small written text which I will read, because I thought time is essence, so I should not speak extempore.
Okay.
Fish farming is set to grow in response to expanding demand, both domestically and globally. UN projections for 2030 forecast an increase of the population in India to 1.47 billion from the current 1.28 billion. Fish will be an important source of protein in India as well as abroad. India is in prime position to benefit from this development, given the natural resources it has not yet developed. Transforming the sector is a prerequisite to realize the potential. And gentlemen, the family farmers of today must become the commercial farmers of tomorrow. This will require capital and credit. With insurance, banks will be comfortable to lend, since they will know borrowers will be able to repay to disaster strike. Insurance has enabled growth in many regions and industries across the globe. In India, crop insurance has proven successful, and today it covers 20 million farmers in the country. Similarly, insurance for aquaculture would protect rural households and investments from natural disasters to help the industry grow to its potential. So I think what I had in my closing speech, the same was discussed in much details before, but I thought, let me once again reiterate the importance of capital, credit, and insurance. I think with this, it's been a lovely session, and I enjoyed a lot, although I was not in the initial parts of the discussions, but in the later parts I joined, and I really enjoyed the entire session. And I would thank all the speakers and the panelists in the round table. And of course, the larger applause goes to you, Mr. Mukherjee, for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for coming on board at such short notice and moderating this discussion. Before we close Aqua Asia 2021, I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists, everybody who's worked behind the scenes, Dr. Jairul, Dr. Amit Das, my colleagues in making this possible. And I would also obviously be lacking in my duties if I didn't thank our sponsors who made this event possible. So a big thank you and a round of applause to USEC, Nourisher, IB Group, Optima, Glamac, BioVet, and ProVet. So till next year, hopefully, all things being equal, we'll do this physically, where we can all meet together and have a much better interaction. Although technology has enabled this, but there's nothing like meeting in person. And hope to see you all next year. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Bye.
Bye.